Bicol University or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUC Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969 following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUC accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED-recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as base agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development or BCHRD and base agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli-Symonds or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University.
The Bicol region is the 5th region out of the 17 regions in the Philippines. It is located in the southernmost part of the island of Luzon and is composed of 6 provinces, namely Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, Albay, Sorsogon, the island provinces of Masbate and Catanduanes. The GSED Scale-Up project implemented in Bicol, Philippines, under the leadership of the BU Center for Teaching Excellence, focuses both on the capacity building of teachers as instructional resource writers of contextualized GSED lessons and materials, and on the development, validation, and dissemination of the contextualized GSED instructional resources developed by the said teachers. Guided by the motto, "Transforming Teachers, Transforming the Community," this GSED Scale-Up project emanated from the regional trainings on GSED conducted in 2021 and 2022. In the Philippines, contextualization of the curriculum is an important feature of the K-12 program. Broadly, curriculum contextualization is the process of matching the curriculum content and instructional strategies relevant to learners. Contextualization may be done through localization or indigenization. Mentoring is an important component of trainee growth and maturation and continuing professionally, meaning to say, mentoring is crucial to the professional development of teachers as GSED advocates in the classroom, schools, and community. In this project, we conducted an online workshop entitled Workshop Cum Mentoring on Developing and Validating Contextualized GSED Instructional Resources for Basic Education on September 10 and 24, 2022. One-on-one mentoring sessions called Para Tukdo na Oragon sa GSED, one-on-one mentoring sessions on contextualizing GSED instructional resources in December 2022, and asynchronous consultations throughout the project duration from September to December 2022. The contextualized GSED instructional resources consisting of lessons and learning tasks are developed using the PERC learning model, an innovative strategy that is an output of a previous project on mainstreaming environmental education. The PERC learning model is anchored on the constructivist approach to learning and active learning. This model is inspired by the 4A's teaching strategy, 5E's instructional model, and Anderson et al.'s cognitive levels and processes, which is the revised taxonomy of educational objectives by Bloom and colleagues. The different contextualized lessons and learning tasks are aligned with the K-12 curriculum and are part of the actual lessons covered. As reported by the teachers, even when they were in the process of refining the lessons, these lessons were delivered to their classes. Another apt and practical way of sharing the outputs was a webinar called Pedagogy Lecture Cum Teaching Demonstration, conducted via Facebook Live on November 29, 2022. The webinar featured 3 talks on the GSED pedagogy called the PERC learning model, the development and validation of GSED instructional resources, and contextualization of the GSED instructional resources. With clamor from prospective participants, the Series 2 of the Pedagogy Lecture Cum Teaching Demonstration was held on January 31 and February 1, 2023. The webinar included 2 talks on the GSED framework and contextualized GSED instructional resources, some exemplars. It also included teaching demonstrations of the contextualized GSED enriched lessons from the teacher and pre-service teacher writers themselves. On these occasions of disseminating the outputs of the teachers via a short lecture and teaching demonstration, we are able to promote GSED and sample contextualized GSED instructional resources to 337 participants on November 29, 2022 and 146 on January 31, 2023 and on February 1, 2023. Noteworthy to mention is the sharing done by the teacher writers themselves with their colleagues in the school.
The flexible modality of the GSED Upscale project has been an advantage. We were able to work on our pace, and we were able to keep in touch with the project members in a way that we are not being pressured by the time constraints. We are not being pressured to present this right away. And the flexible modality allowed me to multitask.
I can say that the whole experience is empowering. I gained deep level of awareness in promoting the lessons to others. I gained awareness about the idea that we live in one world. And since the training was conducted in flexible modality, I am more comfortable and it is convenient on my part, especially when preparing and revising my lessons and instructional materials embedded with GSED.
I found it hard actually to participate since the brownout or the blackout back then was prevalent since it's in the middle of I think November, December, and I had to look for ways to just participate and be there with my classmates in GSED Scale Up Project. But overall, I truly find the activity amazing and great since this is the product and I'm still able to integrate concepts from other parts of the world, and of course, I am able to practice the GSED method.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 23rd Youth Forum on GSED. First, let me introduce myself. I am Maria Jocelyn Paje of Faculty of BU College of Education and also technical staff of the BU Center for Teaching Excellence. I'll be responsible for hosting this activity today, day 2, on session 4.2 on GSED initiatives by and for youth, strategies and exemplars. I'm glad to welcome our first resource person who will talk about the strategies and exemplars regarding GSED initiative activities. Our first resource person is a faculty of Ligao National High School, an alumnus of the Regional Training on GSED, Batch 1, a Master Teacher 2 of Senior High School Department. Friends, help me welcome Mr. Alex Michael Boribor. Sir, the virtual floor is yours. Sir, please unmute your microphone.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Jocelyn, for that very kind introduction. And I would also like to thank the main proponent and, of course, the prime mover of global citizenship education in Bicol region, Dr. Rebecca Bercasio. And, of course, she's also our mentor during the time that we joined in the regional training on global citizenship. That's why I'm very thankful to her. And thank you also to all those students and professionals who are joining the 2023 Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education. Thank you all so much. The topic that I will be discussing with all of you is as regards the of course, the project that we initiated and we tried to also share with the GSED initiative, which is Biscuit para sa Paslit or BPP missions, which is all about inclusive development. And of course, it has this religious religious aspect as well. And if you don't mind, I'm now going to share with you all the PowerPoint presentation which I prepared. Please bear with me for a while.
Sure. Go ahead.
I guess the screen sharing is disabled. I'm not able to do it on my end. Maybe if the technical team has the copy of the PowerPoint presentation, most probably. Okay, ma'am. Maybe they could already flash the PowerPoint presentation on my behalf.
You may share it already, Sir Mike.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do it now. All right. Is the screen clear now already?
Yes, sir.
All right. So basically, Biscuit para sa Paslit Mission is a socio-civic organization which started with the inspiration of my mother, who is very fond of course, giving out biscuit packs to underprivileged children. And during the pandemic, that's the only time that it became official. It became official because that's the time that we were encouraged to make everything legalized. Okay, so we registered the Biscuit para sa Paslit missions, and after that, we also presented it to the local government units, different local government units, for them to be able to also be informed about what's going on. And we coordinated with local social service centers, the MSWDOs, and of course the CSWDOs, for us to be able to reach different underprivileged individuals. But our focus is really on the paslit. By the way, if you're going to translate this in English, biscuit para sa paslit, this literally translates to biscuit for underprivileged children or less fortunate children. But we prefer to use just underprivileged children. That means to say that we include even those children who may not be homeless but are really needing of course, care from others. Okay? The establishment, as you can see in your screen, is on December 8, 2019. That's the official. During the pandemic, we posted in social media. It was not yet an organized missions. It's just actually a family activity. It started like that. Then on December 8, 2019, the donors or sponsors and other supporters have reached out and they have considered for me to, extend to different areas. And we can only do that once the LGUs or local government units and other offices recognize the particular organization, most specifically because we receive donations, money donations or financial donations, and we also receive in-kind donations for that matter. And of course, the name of the program remained to be Biscuit para sa Paslit, but we actually receive now different products or different donations like books, because in our program we added literacy. We now have this storytelling activities wherein we invite professionals from different offices, and then they tend to share to the underprivileged children different stories, and from there they are actually entertained, and some of them get to enroll to formal education or formal schools because they were inspired by the stories of our volunteer storytellers. So we added that, and that became also as part of our psychosocial activity. Of course, we have established the constitution and bylaws already to formalize again the the organization. And as you can see in your screen, it was formally formed as an organization that primarily aims to distribute biscuits to poor and homeless children, their families, and other homeless individuals in various places in the Philippines to help alleviate hunger. It started from, of course, Piuduran Albay, my hometown, and we reached out to Tabaco City, and then Ligao City and other places until we reach different places in Visayas and of course Mindanao. And of course, in NCR, we also have um, an organization or an established organization there. Um, like what I said earlier, the inspiration from in doing this endeavor is because of my family's tradition, most particularly by my mom. And later on, um, from distributing biscuits, we decided to, of course, be inclusive, that we have to link with being global citizens by increasing public awareness as regards social issues and, of course, different activities as well. We conduct non-partisan educational and informational activities to be able to, of course, uh, inform the public about the situations of these underprivileged children. And until such time that we have also included their family members. From children, we now reach to all members of the family by, of course, pursuing other programs and activities. From such a small concept, we have decided to make Biscuit para sa Paslit or BPP missions more inclusive. We have we have now a program which we call BPP ni Nanay or Biscuit para sa Paslit ni Nanay, which is a livelihood program for the mothers. Now, why is that the case? Um, why biscuits? Aside from, of course, it's something that was decided by my mom to be given out to the underprivileged children. It's because on a religious context, it has this meaning of simplicity, and it's like Jesus Christ, who is the living bread, who is unleavened bread. And it's simple, yet it's something that is significant to all people from all walks of life. Biscuits, because even if you're rich, even if you consider yourself as middle class or poor, probably you can relate to what the biscuit represents, right? So each and every individual can consume biscuits. And it's something that we usually do as Filipinos. It's something that we usually carry with us when we travel. I remember there is this advertisement that promotes a biscuit. Then it highlights how Filipinos value um, travel. And during the time that they're already in the midst of hunger, then they consume a biscuit pack for that matter. And then, of course, of course, feels the hunger of a person. So that's also what biscuit represents in this organization. Jesus Christ being simple, being chosen as the unleavened bread, and being, of course, shared to others. And of course, that's also what the mission implies. That is the reason why it's also called Biscuit para sa Paslit. It's simple organization and everybody could participate to the mission. So even if you think you don't have much money or you're not really rich or uh, you do not have much resources to give out, you can donate even one piece or one pack of biscuits, and that will already suffice. That will be something that would encourage others also, not just the rich people, quote unquote, but also even those children themselves could deliver or share something for others, especially those who really need of their care. And of course, um, since it was already formalized, we have already conducted several reports, meetings, and of course, workshops and social educational nonprofit drives. Now, what's the reason why we have reports? Before, we started without any reports, without any formal gatherings. We just simply talk casually with one another. You could just simply ask someone, "Oh, would you like to donate some biscuit packs? Would you like to donate certain products or certain things that you would like to extend to others?" They could just simply do that without even filling out a particular form. But now, since we've been organized and uh, for legal purposes, we have decided to, of course, create forms for the donors to fill out, and of course, to get the receipt if ever they would be donating through GCash or through any means that they have donated cash. For the purpose of auditing, we already put them into reports. And we also have now meetings because we have decided to have this board of trustees, which is composed of course, different people from different professions, and they represent all walks of life. Of course, to make sure that we do really make everything inclusive to everyone. And of course, most particularly, we serve the children who are in need most of our care and, of course, affection. And of course, we have decided to also conduct workshops for the nanay, and that's the time also that we have conducted livelihood projects or programs, because it's not always that people will have something to donate. And since this is just uh, an organization that is still a neophyte or a new organization which just started formally in 2019, we still don't have much fund, or we don't have a large fund to really target all those programs and projects that are part of our missions. So that's the reason why we conducted livelihood programs, so that we could also earn a profit from of course, from selling the products that were produced by, of course, the family members of the recipients or the beneficiaries that we have for the Biscuit para sa Paslit or BPP missions. And since majority of the members and volunteers of Biscuit para sa Paslit, and of course, I am also an educator. Majority are educators, and I myself is an educator. We also we have included literacy program to help those out of school youth who struggle most particularly in reading. So in our own little way, we don't really demand them to go to school, but through that particular activity, they are now inspired to pursue formal education. And majority of them are now enrolled in elementary public schools. And we help them also go to public schools. So it's not just really the biscuits, right? So biscuits now is not are not literal biscuits, but already it goes figurative already. It transcends now. It goes beyond what is there already. So to make sure that everything is sustained, we have this slogan, "Hanggat may paslit, may biskwit." This was actually created, this is slogan particularly for us to be reminded to be sustainable in our mission, because there are organizations which cannot really sustain their advocacy, but because of this slogan, we are we are of course we become devoted to pursue the mission, because hanggat may paslit, may biscuit, and there would always be paslit or children who would be needing our help. That's the reason why in the picture, as you can see, there are children who join the activities, and we treat them as if they are our family members. All right, we now come to, of course, the main point of the discussion, which is, of course, I already informed you about the background, the brief background and framework of the organization. And of course, that's based on the constitution and bylaws, which was crafted by the board of trustees, because we already have now a board of trustees. And of course, the accomplishment reports in various places in the Philippines now, from Bicol, from Piuduran most particularly, we now reach Mindanao. Finally, we now have um, an organization in Malita, Davao City. All right, so we also have, of course, the DPP Journey video presentation later so that you would be able to know us better. Of course, this is our constitution and bylaws. Everyone is encouraged to join in. Of course, membership is open to everyone who have a heart for the mission. If you are into helping the underprivileged children, of course, feel free to join in our missions. And you can check the pictures. Some of our pictures are here. We have, of course, the SWD communications because we have to coordinate with different agencies, most particularly the Department of Social Welfare and Development. We coordinate with them because we have to, of course, make sure that we really deliver what is supposed to be delivered, and we to assure also that we do things that are legal and not just really targeting our goal. All right, we produce minutes of the meeting, and based on that, of course, our volunteers and members have increased. We started from seven volunteers, and now we already have more than 500 volunteers and members all throughout the Philippines, and it started in Bicol region. So just imagine how you could really create a ripple of change into the hearts of those who are really willing. Just because Filipinos, in our heart, it's actually inherent in our hearts to be very helpful. We are very hospitable, we are very accommodating, and we are always inclusive. That's part of our nature. We only have to create an opportunity for others to have these particular activities be created so that they could already extend their help. We do not just actually ask money or in-kind donations from others. We also ask from them to extend their talents and, of course, skills. For example, there are students who might be so good at editing videos. Some of the volunteers have even created some of our videos. And this PowerPoint presentation was even created by one of our volunteers who is very good at uh, working on digital aspects. So she's the one who volunteered to work on this PowerPoint presentation actually. So just imagine how we could maximize our resources, and of course, so long as you're willing and have the heart for the mission, you can already become part of this. Of course, there are other fraternities who have joined in. We were surprised. Actually, there are various organizations who have extended their support. There is this fraternity who are into actually motorcycle. So that's the reason why we have had this motorcade. We never thought of having our motorcade, and we have had our motorcades since then, since the time that SKRC Team Albay have joined us. We already have this motorcade, and we realized that it's actually helpful for us to have this motorcade so that the beneficiaries would also be exposed and be connected much to the people. And one thing about Biscuit para sa Pasit missions, BPP missions, we do not just simply give out biscuit packs and then after that, it's already the end of the program. No, we make sure that we connect with them. We make sure that we know each and every beneficiary by heart. That's the reason why all volunteers have to continuously visit the mission areas that we have targeted. We have to make sure that we connect with them, we know them by heart, and we know their background also. And we conduct Biscuit para sa Paslit missions every month, not just during December. So even if I'm busy at the call of my work as teacher and others also, even though they are students or young professionals at that, they really extend. They make sure that they also still connect with the children, and we become some of them became like family members already. So so they call us kuyas, ates. They don't call us sir or ma'am. We refrain from calling from that particular title. So we just simply have to be called kuya, ate. Then that's also so that they would feel more uh connected with us, and they won't feel intimidated. That's also one thing I've realized. That you don't have to be much intimidating in dealing with uh, different beneficiaries. Okay, we have, of course, our annual plan. And aside from, of course, outreach activity, we also have other activities like storytelling program. And from there, there are schools and institutions and offices which have recognized our mission. We never thought of being recognized actually. The first time I received a certificate of recognition, I almost refused to attend the awarding ceremony because I don't want people to feel that we are just actually using the program or the missions for us to to become popular or to be you know uh, to be popular and at the same time to receive awards for promotion. No. Actually, I don't use papers from Biscuit para sa Pastit missions, BPP missions, for my promotion whenever I apply for one. I do not. I don't want to include BPP missions in my professional life. So this is part of of my mission, and I assure everyone that the recognition that the missions receive will go directly for God's greater glory, and most importantly for the recipients, for the beneficiaries that we have, so that they would be more inspired, and of course the supporters and donors, so that they would be more inspired that there's something uh there's really a positive change that these missions create, and these are tangible insignias that represent the kind of mission that we conduct. And these are also, of course, um, most probably a sign that we are we are doing well, and we are targeting the goal of the organization at hand. All right, so this is a new program that we have, the BPP Box program. There are actually people who are very much willing to collect donations, but they don't have much time to collect because some of them are students, like what I said, and young professionals. They have other errands to do and other works to, of course, to go to. So that's the reason why we have established BPP box. So they would just leave it in different areas, and they would be giving out instructions so that just people would just go to these areas and put some of their donations into the box, and we will just be collecting the box if there are donations that they have put into that. Okay, so it's very effective, and we have collected so much donations because of the BPB box, and I hope there would be some from the participants who probably might be willing to also get some BPP box from us so that you could put it in your respective areas or workplaces probably, and we could you could all be part of the missions that we have. All right, so of course, our mission is a Christian mission, a Catholic mission. That's the reason why everything that we do, we make sure that it's founded on Christian virtues. So again, it's for God's greater glory, not to glorify me as the chairman and founder. No, it's not really, it's not something that I would aspire to, of course, to to reach. My only happiness is for the mission itself to become pleasing to God and to include everyone, even if they are not Christians, to become part of the mission. In fact, there are Muslims and other non-Christian organizations who have supported us. And most of them have even, sometimes most of them are even very willing to continue their support. There are pastors who continuously support the mission by sending 1,000 pesos per month. So their pledge is to send us 1,000 pesos per month so that they could still be connected with the mission. So it doesn't matter if you're an imam or a pastor or probably you're not a Christian. So long as you have the heart for the mission, you can already join. And of course, we have this for inclusivity. Invest in the mission field. Our only investment, our only wealth is the future of the children. Our only investment is for them to be inspired to pursue education, to finish school, and not to suffer poverty, so that they would be inspired also that they're also capable to alleviate the current situation that they are into at the moment. And of course, the sustainability of the PPB mission, because we have hanggat, uh, we have to keep the slogan, hanggat may paslit, may biscuit, and of course, keeping the missions alive for God's greater glory. Thinking of oneself rather than thinking less of oneself. So humility is always a virtue in our organization. So there's no rank. We can be called kuya or ate even if you are a PhD, even if you're the chairperson, the director, the dean, the principal, a teacher, a master teacher, or otherwise. You have to embrace humility. You are a kuya and an ate when you joined in BPP mission. BPP volunteers, we have regular and lifetime members. And of course, the only thing that matters to us is if you are very willing to be part of the mission through community services. That's something that we would like to encourage always. And you have to really find time for the mission. You are not just supposed to go whenever you like to. So we allot time. So when you become part of BPP missions, you have to make sure that you include the mission or the services that we render to your schedule, to your monthly schedule, because we conduct always a monthly activity for this. So we have to also ensure that everyone feels valued, not just the beneficiaries, but also the volunteers themselves. You have to always extend that everybody is part of the mission. No one is above nor under someone. So even if you're a principal, if everybody would uh, uh, get or carry hefty uh, acts of donations, you still have to do that. Okay. And of course, the task of missions is both an act of worship and an invitation to worship. So our acts are again what I've said earlier, Christian in nature. So we have to make sure that the things that we do is becomes a form of prayer. It becomes a form of prayer. So we also have to hide God's word in our heart always, at all cost. So you need not be perfect, of course. There are people who would say, oh, okay, I'm not that kind, I'm not that good. No, you have to find the kindness in you because it's in our nature. So no matter who you are, even if you're the maldito or the mataray in your community, please don't be afraid. Become part of the missions. It's your own little way to, of course, live up to the mission that we all have. So here's the BPP mission, as you can see, and there are also children who are victims of abuse that we take care of. And there are children who are homeless, and there are children who are part of a family. They have a home, but they really lack uh, uh, finances to support their daily needs. So that's the reason why we always extend our support. These again, we do not just give out biscuit packs. We also have other goods to present. But the highlight here is biscuits because again, it's about simplicity and making an effort to make an effort to also make people know that in their own little way, they are part of the mission. So long as they have the heart, they are included. No one would be separated. You need not become rich or wealthy to be part of the missions. Okay, so these are some of the activities that we have conducted. These are some of the highlights, but we have random giving of gift packs. Again, random is monthly, meaning we don't have a program. We just go to different areas, our mission areas, our target mission areas, and we distribute goods, including biscuit packs. Okay, here's an orphanage that we visited before in Tabaco City. Okay, here we extended our support as regards the things that they needed. Of course, we coordinated with the Sisters of Charity. Of course, some of them are religious sisters, but there are also social workers who volunteer for this orphanage. And most probably some of you are familiar with the Holy Cross Children's Home Foundation. So that's one of the organizations or charity foundations that we have supported also. And we are only 5 actually who visited the place. And we carried a lot of gift packs actually. We only had one car, one Avanza car, and we put everything there. And we're only 5. And there is this documenter, there is this storyteller, and one is the 3 are two are actually volunteers for the preparation of the food and gift packs. So we maximize what we have in the mission. So everyone is included and everyone will have a task to fulfill. Okay. So we have also conducted in Amtik National High School. So it's not just elementary pupils that we visit. Again, inclusivity. We reach out even to high school teenagers. We also include them, especially those that really need support. We allow the school to identify the students and or pupils to who are in need much of support. And we make sure also that their family members are included for the mission. We also extended it to ALS students or alternative learning students, wherein we do not just give biscuit packs, we also extended support by distributing learner kits and other materials that they will be needing because majority of them do not have much resources for them to continue their education. So we make sure that we also support them. Okay, so we support alternative learning system and we believe in the capability of those who have been given opportunities that they could become more than who they thought they would become. Right? So here is here are some of the pictures from Malita Davao Occidental. So look at that. So we have already reached Davao. So I haven't been there. We just actually communicate through Zoom and Messenger. I don't have to be physically present there. And I only have my friend, one friend, brother Fail Kailma, who is uh, my fellow alumnus in Jesuit VDP missions. So we coordinated with one another, and he became a volunteer also, and a supporter of Biscuit para sa Pasit missions. And he decided that he could actually adapt the mission in their area, because there are also children who are needing help there. So the concept was adapted, and it was now propagating in Davao City, Davao Occidental, Malita, Davao Occidental. And it's now reaching different far-flung barangays. And that's the most important thing. And some of the children here were encouraged to go to schools or to attend formal schools. So they are now enrolled in different government or public elementary schools. Just imagine. So you need not be there physically. You just have to extend the mission and, of course, the concept or the idea, and encourage them that they can actually do something about the mission in their respective areas. Here are some of the pictures from Don Jose Pavia Elementary School. So see, there are politicians who have joined in, but I reiterated to the politicians that they are not supposed to, highlight themselves, but the mission, and the highlight there, or the VIPs there, are the children. As you can see in the picture, they are the ones who are seated, not us. We are just in the background. That's basically the concept of BPP missions, that even if you've extended help, you are not to be treated as VIP. The VIPs are the children and the family that we help in the mission, so that they would feel the love that they deserve. Of course, here are some pictures from Piuduran West Central School. As you can see, there are lots of pictures from Piuduran Albay because it started there. And aside from that, there are areas there that are really needing attention. So we reach out to places that are not quite popular to charitable institutions. So kung ano yung hindi napupuntahan, dun kami pumupunta. So those areas that are not being visited by charitable institutions are being visited by PPP missions. So pinapansin namin yung mga hindi masyado napapansin. Ganon yung concept din ng Biscuit para sa Pasit missions. And we also have religious organizations who have helped us, the Confraternity of Our Mother of Perpetual Help. And there were also donors from Pfizer, and there are medical kits, and there are doctors who are volunteers. They became my friends because of BPP missions. They have extended their free service, most particularly some pediatricians like Dr. Hazel Anduesa and Dr. Carl Henry Altabano. So they just dressed like ordinary people in the place. Just imagine a doctor, a dean, a professor joining the missions, just wearing simple clothing and not highlighting themselves for the mission, highlighting the children and what you can do for the children. So, Ligao West Central Elementary School, we have also extended our mission to the children of PDLs, or the persons deprived of liberty, mga preso. So may mga anak yung mga preso na nangangailangan din ng tulong. So we have also noticed them, and we have extended our support for them. And we continuously communicate with them, of course, whatever they could be needing, we extend our help for them. So we visited. So inclusive, everybody is to participate, everybody is to be included. No children, no child, no person should be left behind. Okay, here are other ALS beneficiaries. Of course, the focal persons of ALS programs from different areas in Ligao City. So sustained. So our support to alternative learning system and out-of-school youth is continued. It should be sustainable. So I only have a very limited time, so that's just actually something that I would like to impart with all of you, living up to the call of mission in line with, of course, being a global citizen and becoming one of the pillars of being a global citizen. And I'm very, very thankful that Dr. Rebecca Bercasio has really make this GSED a successful venture for everyone. Indeed, inclusivity is a must while we continue to glorify the Lord through our missions. Unless you still have other questions, most probably, I could entertain some of the questions if permitted by, of course, the main facilitator of this activity.
Hello, sir. As I was saying, that was a very interesting presentation. And I believe all your viewers find it very interesting too. And just please stand by, sir, for a while for the open forum after our last presenter. Okay? However, um, how can your activity, sir? I would like to ask you this, just a very, this is only a compliment for you, sir. Is there a possibility that your story would be as well duplicated in some areas in our region? I guess, however, it will have a different concept.
Yes, of course, ma'am. There's no copyright for the PPP missions. Everyone is to be included. Everyone can adopt the program.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And yeah, please stand by both after our fourth presenter. Thank you so much. For our viewers, the FB viewers, let's give a heart react for Sir Boribor, a virtual applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker for today will share with us broadening the access of 4Ps families to transformation, an action plan for the 4Ps families, beneficiary family. Our lady speaker is an alumna of the Regional Training on GSED Batch 1. Friend, help me welcome Miss Marinelle Dugan.
Thank you, Dr. Pahe, for that introduction. Let me just share my screen. Hello, everyone, and to Dr. Belcasio and to our participants. I am going to present to you an action plan or a GSED or SDG related strategy that aims on broadening the access of 4Ps families to transformation. But before we go into our plan, let me give you some information about the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. It is a national poverty reduction strategy implemented by the Department of Social Welfare and Development, where beneficiaries receive conditional cash transfer grants, and it is focused on providing assistance on education, health and nutrition, early childhood care and development, and improving the socioeconomic conditions of poor families. To give you a short background, the action plan that I will share to you was based on a research in the academic year 2020 to 2021. I was with Ms. Sherilyn Bivillar and Ms. Nasania Fain Binuelan, and the research is entitled The Perceived Effects of the Pandemic on Attitudes, Emotions, and Socialization. The cases of selected 4-piece families in Sagpuan Daraga Albay. There were 10 4-piece beneficiary families who were the respondents, and through the researcher made survey questionnaire and key informant interviews, we collected data from them, and we aim to determine their profiles, challenges, perceived effects of the pandemic on their attitudes, emotions, and socialization, and their suggested interventions. With the collected data, we analyzed and interpreted it, and with the results, we suggested options for their problems through an action plan. This action plan aims to assist 4-piece families in finding additional jobs or part-time work, help 4-piece children in the new learning modality, and provide tips on how families overcome problems, conflicts, and perceived symptoms of mental illnesses. As you would notice from the aims, it is already aligned with the objectives of 4-piece and the GSED or SDG goals. Now, the action plan that I will present to you, I will inform you about the situation of 4-piece families based on the significant research findings, and we're going to provide a strategy or our suggested action steps or options. Some of these action steps or options are already implemented by our government, or some are naturally happening, or an idea to be considered. And I will also share with you the objectives or the expected outcomes of our strategy that will lead the 4-piece families to their transformation. Based on the significant research findings, we grouped it into 8 areas of concerns, and these are family income and resources, employment and work, education, family activities, attitudes, emotions, socialization, and mental health. Under family income and resources, 4-piece families experience lack of finance due to low income. Being short on a budget is not new to them, and they disclose to us that their monthly family income ranges from 2,500 to 5,000 pesos. And during the pandemic, some relied on the social amelioration program, which is another conditional cash transfer grant, but still it was not sufficient for their daily needs. Now, what we suggest is to inform and assist 4-piece families in the Sustainable Livelihood Program of DSWD. It is a livelihood and capability program where they provide training and initial resources or cash aid for a startup. Now, if we successfully guide them with this, to transform them, what we'll aim is to reduce the number of low income families and more income for poor families, and eventually we'll get out, will help them get out of the poor category or poor conditions. And what we're talking about the poor category is that their monthly family income. The poor family income is a monthly family income that is 11,690 and below. Other concerns regarding family income and resources are lack of food resources and hunger. Some of them miss proper meals and some limit their food intake. So during the pandemic, we noticed that some did set up a community pantry in their barangay. And I hope this will continue up until now, but we need guidelines on the contributors and how much and how many the beneficiary can take from the pantry to avoid conflict. I also like the idea of Sir Mike earlier that about the biscuit para sa paslit. I think this is another or maybe a variant of this initiative. And if we successfully implement it, there will be lesser expenses for low-income families, and they will have access to their basic needs. Underemployment and work. During the pandemic, some business owners shut their businesses because of probably they went on bankruptcy, and poor-piece families had fewer opportunities to work and experience unemployment or loss of a job. We suggest that we should open more opportunities that will cater to low-income families and train low-income families for work by coordinating with DSWD, DOLE, and TESDA with trainings that can upgrade their skills and be more and have more employment and have a higher income. Under education, the pandemic shifted from physical to different teaching and learning modalities, and that includes the online distance learning or the ODL. And students experience poor or no internet connection and an additional expense on mobile load. Some barangays did set up a public Wi-Fi area, and some schools and universities collaborated with network providers to support several learners with load allowance. But today that we're going back to the usual ways, I hope that it's still there, so that they can have access to the internet for their educational needs, and mobile load won't be another problem to their daily expenses. Other concerns regarding education is that aside from we shifted in different classroom setups, the parents also had a different, added a different role, which is they have to act as teachers of their children. And for the poor-piece families had difficulty teaching their children, and children cannot understand the concepts in their modules, and probably some of the materials are not printed well, and children also lack the motivation to study. We suggest to provide volunteers to schools and to be part and to serve as part of the para-teacher online assistance and a scheduled limited face-to-face tutorial, so that children will learn effectively and be more motivated to work on school tasks. And children also lack the time to accomplish school tasks, which suggests that teachers should create academic tasks that are feasible for the given time frame, and hopefully the children will accomplish their modules based on what they learn. But I also observed that there are other problems in this concern. It is student time management and study habits. We also have to do our part, not just blaming our teachers or ranting out. I hope that we should learn that we also have our responsibility as learners. Under family activities, parents, we also shifted the work environment to work from home, and parents have difficulty in managing home and work roles, and we suggest that family members discuss among themselves their personal schedule so that they can know how to share their responsibilities and balance their work and home tasks and duties. Another from the family activities, they also some experience family conflicts. One said that they had most of the conflict when there's a financial problem and when someone's drunk. And a mother said that when they're like this, they just ignore the situation, or sometimes they just don't know how to handle the situation. Now, we recommend that families confront their conflicts after calming down. Now, I hope that we think using our minds, not our emotions. Our emotions might cloud our thoughts, and it is a choice if we want a good relationship with our family or even with others. It is a choice. So it's better if we think carefully before we say or do something to someone. Another one is misinformation. During the pandemic, a lot was exposed to social media, and there are fake news circulating around. And we hope that people would set time of social media and confirm information from reliable sources in order to avoid confusions and misunderstandings. They also lack the protection from the virus, and to address that, I hope there will be donations for the 4-piece beneficiaries for them to have the necessary resources to prevent exposure and spread of the virus. We're now on the socio-emotional development concerns regarding their attitudes. They think and worry that they will get infected by the virus. So to address this, we have to distribute infographics or flyers to families about COVID-19 and probably explain it to them so that they'll become more knowledgeable and at ease about their health. The 4-piece also think that their current situation will not change. So they'll just accept it, and they're unmotivated to act on their problems. So it's better if we train families to plan their solutions to confront or overcome their problems. In 4-piece, there's also a family development session, which I think we can use as a way to train families in their life management. Difficulty in trusting other people is another concern under attitudes. I hope that they try to communicate openly with other people to prevent doubt, mistrust, and anger towards people who mistreat them, and understand both sides of the story. Probably we're having distorted thoughts, so it's better we introspect what is a fact and what is an opinion. Under emotions, they felt restless during the pandemic. So we suggest that they do relaxation techniques or meditation or doing a gratitude journal for a better sleep quality and be more present and reduce stress levels. In socialization, during the pandemic, there were lockdowns, and there's also the social distancing measure that made the 4Ps beneficiaries more introverted. So we hope that instead of just being glued to social media, we hope that we do collective hobbies with our family by doing recreational activities or even doing household work to deepen relationships, deepen relationship with our family members and also reduce stress levels. Regarding mental health, the perceived effects of the pandemic on their attitudes, emotions, and socialization, I would like to consider the family as an emotional unit. An emotion and behavior of one family member affects other members. They are interdependent. Your family upbringing and experiences contribute to one's personal development. So we recommend that barangay officials invite registered counselors or psychologists for a monthly counseling session to increase mental health awareness and overcome their perceived mental illnesses gradually. So, based on the significant research findings, there are still major issues that we need to address. And these are SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. In teacher education, we learned about child development. In order for learners to develop at their full potential, we need to look at their physical, cognitive, and socio-emotional development. But for those in poverty, they need more assistance regarding their health and education in order for them to have a decent work in the future. We are also informed that there are other SDGs that needs to be addressed, like SDG 2, zero hunger, as they lack resources, food resources. SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, they lack the internet access. SDG 10, reduce inequalities. And SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. I did not mention this one, but 5 of the 4Ps beneficiary respondents have houses made with light materials, and these are vulnerable to typhoons and other disasters. And what's the relevance of this action research to GSED? Aside from the SDG 4 quality education target 7, where we aim for learners to acquire knowledge and skills to promote sustainable development through GSED initiatives and strategies, I would also like to add that we're also aiming for SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, target 8, where we need to have the relevant information and awareness for sustainable development and lifestyles in harmony with nature by cascading GSED and ESD in the curriculum and the teaching learning process. Now, we GSED advocates should be the instruments for human transformation. And we can do this by transforming ourselves, by learning to know, be aware and knowledgeable, learning to do, willing to change and act, learning to be, turning your values into your character. And with all this self-transformation, we can live together in a transformed society. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Please stand by for the open forum after po the fourth presenter. Moving on, our next speaker, my friends, is a very young bachelor. He was the Philippine delegate to the second International Model UNESCO World Heritage in Almaty, Kazakhstan this year, 2023. A third year BS in Public Health at Ateneo de Manila University. A virtual applause to our speaker, Mr. Julius Jose O. Bercasio. Madam. Ma'am, yung lagay, hindi siya. Okay, thank you. Sir, the virtual floor is yours now.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pahe, for the brief introduction. So I'm gonna start to share my screen. Okay. Okay, can it be seen? Okay, so to reintroduce myself, hi, my name is Julius Jose Bercasio. I was the recent delegate for the second UNESCO International Model last July in Almaty, Kazakhstan. So the purpose of that event was to promote sustainable development, but also world heritage. But it might seem be disconnected from our GSED program today, but let me remind you that UNESCO's ideals and causes are supported and are interconnected in every way. So moving on to my presentation, it's titled From Fast to Lasting. It's called The Sustainable Fashion Revolution. So to give a short background of what is fast fashion, it is clothing that follows trends, especially from the catwalk or pop culture. And these are clothes cheap enough for people to want to buy a lot. So these are clothes that are easily discarded after a few uses, usually because it is not trendy anymore. And then it is also characterized by rapid or mass production to match demands and the changes in trends. So fast fashion today includes popular brands that we often see in our malls, such as H&M, Zara, Uniqlo, Forever 21, Stradivarius, and more. And fast fashion has also adapted during the pandemic through online shopping, contributing more to its environmental effects due to shipping. So Shein is the best example of this. So now I'm here to present of why fast fashion is a growing problem for the world and what the UNESCO or ideals of UNESCO can do to change or turn this issue around. So first, let me give you some background on the environmental impacts of fast fashion. So fast fashion is actually the second biggest consumer of water, around 700 gallons or 1,700 liters of bottles of water to produce just one cotton shirt. So imagine the gravity of one shirt that we're wearing to the consumption or to the waste that it is connected to. Next, that fast fashion is responsible for 10% of global carbon emissions. And this is higher than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. And then 85% of all textiles end up in dump sites, with 11 million tons of textile wastes from or produced from the United States alone. So people buy 60% more garments into 2014 than in 2000, but they only kept clothes half as long. Next, that fast fashion pollutes our rivers, streams, and oceans. So washing textiles release 500,000 tons of microfibers to every body of water every year. And another 500,000 tons of microfibers is equal to approximately 50 billion plastic bottles. So that amount of plastics goes to our bodies of water worldwide. Next, that fast fashion has a global pollution impact driven by 30% related to dyeing and finishing, yarn preparation, another 28%, and fiber production, which has the largest impact on freshwater withdrawal and ecosystem quality due to cotton cultivation. So, fast fashion also contributes to microplastics in the ocean. Brands use synthetic fibers like polyester, nylon, and acrylic, which takes hundreds of years to disintegrate or to be biodegradable. And 35% of all microplastics come from laundering of synthetic textiles like polyester. So apart from environmental impacts, fast fashion also has social impacts. One would be the labor exploitation. 80% of apparel is made by young women between the ages of 18 to 24. And forced and child labor is widespread in mostly developing countries such as Argentina, Bangladesh, Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, and even our country, the Philippines, Turkey, Vietnam, and other countries as well. So when you have labor exploitation, that means that there is very low capital from the capitalists, but they give very low wages, but the jobs are very intensive or people are subjected to labor intensive work, whereas 85% of women are paid $2 or approximately 110 pesos per day for an 8-hour work. And underage workers who work as early as 12 years old only receive $10 or 500 to 600 pesos per month. Another social impact is that people profit over human welfare. So there was this historical issue wherein there was a building collapse in Bangladesh. It is called Ali Enterprises, whereas there it recorded of 289 dead people, and then other establishments as well. These are all factories involved in fast fashion production. But it can be noted here that as the death toll of these workers rose, so does the profit of the capitalists. So it just means that workers are paying the price for cheap clothing. So what's currently going on with fast fashion? To give you a gist of this, we have this term that we call greenwashing, and this has been really a growing terminology, and it refers to the deceptive practice of exaggerating or falsely promoting environmentally friendly aspects of a product, service, or even corporate or companies, with the goal of creating a positive public image and attracting environmentally conscious consumers. Essentially, it involves misleading marketing or advertising that gives the impression that a company or its products are more environmentally friendly than they actually are. Next. So how is advocating for sustainable fashion actually related to GSED? So promoting and advocating for sustainable fashion is closely related to global citizenship education because it involves fostering, can it be seen now? Okay, sorry. I have to fix something, right? Let me just zoom it in since I have to read some of my notes. Yes. Again, it's closely related to global citizenship education because it involves fostering a sense of responsibility and awareness about global issues among individuals. And global citizenship education aims to develop the knowledge, skills, and values necessary for people to engage in the global community and address pressing global challenges. So we have global awareness, which means we are recognizing sustainable fashion impact. We also have ethical considerations, whereas we have to develop develop a growing sense of social responsibility, environmental stewardship to promote resource conservation, critical thinking to entice people to make smarter consumer choices, advocacy and activism, which entices us to have a global advocacy, uh, even cultural sensitivity, because we have to recognize also the cultural impacts of the damages of the fast fashion industry. And also what I mentioned earlier is about the global interdependencies, or even the interconnectedness of all causes of UNESCO. So by promoting sustainable fashion within the framework of GSED, individuals are encouraged to become responsible and informed global citizens who consider the broader impact of their choices on the planet and all its inhabitants. So to proceed, okay. So the purpose of our campaign, and it's titled Where the Change, is first to raise awareness of what fast fashion is, also to show its impacts on both the environment and the people, and lastly, to suggest and show people alternatives to fast fashion. Okay, so the campaign goals of Where the Change is one, to raise awareness, promote sustainable fashion, encourage smarter or conscious consumerism, advocate for better fashion industry practices, and while also measuring its impact. And we're planning some strategies for our campaign, using surveys, social media awareness campaigns, launching a website, and also holding webinars. So Where the Change has already made presence or in social media. We have a Facebook account, Twitter accounts. We also tried to enter the realm of Instagram and TikTok as well, as we have noticed that it has become really trendy, especially among the youth. So this is our website that is currently in the work. So we will be launching it as soon as we finish developing it now. So our action plan is actually to promote or share with people to try sustainable fashion brands. We will give our recommendations of sustainable fashion brands. We will reintegrate the reduce, reuse, recycle recycling process that should be practiced, that also promote about quality over quantity in terms of buying clothes. So some success stories or some sustainable fashion brands that we can recommend. First, we have Candid Clothing. It creates effortless, versatile staples, just like your giant global fast fashion brands. And if you're about basic styles or minimalism, this might be an option for you. So to reduce waste, they use factory surplus fabrics and also train local communities to create upcycled accessories from scraps. But this brand currently caters mostly to feminine clothes at the moment. So I think guys will have to wait for a bit before Candid Clothing release a clothing line for the male. Next is Lazy Fair and Lucy in the Sky. They are sister brands created by sisters, founded by real life sisters. Their products usually retail for not more than 500 pesos. And that's the thing about sustainable fashion or brands, because people look at it as because they're kind of pricey. So they're kind of adamant on purchasing sustainable fashion brands. But if you compare it with clothes from fast fashion brands, you will definitely see quality, because it really lasts longer. And so Lucy Fair and Lucy in the Sky has produces with low carbon footprint and uses reclaimed or dead stock fabrics in quantities to limit their wastes. And as they use true dead stock, most designs often come in very limited supply. Next would be Sunky. Its first collection in 2020 used a certified linen that doesn't use harmful chemicals during its production. And they use 100% biodegradable cassava plastics in its packaging. And if you can see their paper tags, you can actually plant those and it will grow into trees or plants. So they collaborate with a NGO called Telestory Collective, which ensures that their seamstresses get paid up to 6 times more than the average garment worker. So if you try to buy from Sunky Label, their prices are usually comparatively priced higher compared to our regular fast fashion brands because they pay their workers really well. And yes, so they pay their workers a true living wage, plus they are 100% sustainable. So some initiatives to make changes via the project or the advocacy campaign. We are inspired from these initiatives that are currently ongoing already. So we have the Center for Sustainable Fashion. It is a research center based at the London College of Fashion, committed to using fashion to drive change, build a sustainable future, and improve the way we live since 2008. They support key change makers in the fashion industry with sustainable design and business practices. So CSF brings together a diverse community of world-leading researchers, designers, educators with an extensive multidisciplinary network. Next is Fashion Revolution, and there is actually a Fashion Revolution Philippines. It is a non-profit global movement represented by the Fashion Revolution Foundation with teams in over 100 countries, including us here in the Philippines. So they assemble fashion brands, retailers, designers, workers, consumers, academics, writers, leaders, educators, policy and change makers worldwide. So they aim to transform the entire system with systemic and structural change to make the fashion industry protect the environment and value people over growth and profit. So now we have the impact of individual actions. So channeling the causes or following the goals and aims of UNESCO and even global citizenship education, we can initiate changes via our individual actions, may it be decisions concerning the environment, social, economic, but also psychological. So to conclude, there are alarming issues with fast fashion, such as the massive amount of textile waste, the exploitation of garment workers, and the significant environmental impact of the fast fashion industry. It is clear that fast fashion is not sustainable and that we need to take action to make change. Hence, taking action is important because we have the power to make a difference. And global citizenship education will further strengthen our knowledge and capabilities to promote these causes. So what can you do? We entice you to join our campaign by liking our social media pages. And I think that's it. Let me just remind you about our motto. It's that we're the change that you wish to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Nakamute na naman. Okay, thank you, Sir Julius. I believe the viewers will enjoy much with your presentation, having all the top brands. You have said all the top brands and to consider as well their social impacts. I will encourage, I will campaign for this to my students, I guess, to follow your account, to join your campaign, Wear the Change. Thank you, sir. And please stand by for the question and answer a little later after our last presenter. Thank you so much. And to proceed, our next speaker, our last speaker rather, for session 4.2 is high school in Ginubatan, Albay. Help me welcome Miss Alpa O. Buracuan. Ma'am Alpa, The virtual floor is yours now.
Am I allowed to share my screen now?
Okay.
All right. So, right. My felicitations to Dr. Rebecca Rosario Obercaso, the Director of Center for Teaching Excellence, Bicol University, to Dr. Maria Jocelyn J. Paje, our moderator for this morning session, to my fellow presenters, and to all who are with us this morning on the second day of the 2023 Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education. I am tasked to share with you our post GSED integrated activity, the LBNHS Central Program, making personal global connections possible. Right, so I believe that the concept of PENFL is not new to us.
Excuse me, Alpha, can you speak louder?
Oh, sorry.
There's some problem with the audio.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right. All right. Am I audible now, ma'am? Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, it's a little better, but probably it's the signal. So can we just request you to speak a little bit louder?
All right. All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am,
Thank
for
you.
that. Okay. I believe that the PENFL program is not a new concept to everyone. I myself had been engaged in a PENFL program when I was in grade 5. So I'm glad to share with you the program that we have in our school, the PENFL program. So what is it? So let me start sharing with you what our program is about. The LPNHS PENFL program is a cultural literacy program for grade 7 learners of Lower Binagsakan National High School in Lower Binagsakan, Binubatan, Albay. Our local learners communicate with students from the U.S. through exchanging letters. This is in partnership with the Books as Bridges program of the International Book Project based in Kentucky, USA. So the LBNHS PENFL program started in 2021, and we're now on our third year of implementing it in our school. The International Book Project has been our school's literacy partner since 2020. They encourage our school to sign up to one of their programs, which is the Books as Bridges. This is their term for PENFL program. So allow me to share with you the timeline along with the process that I follow in implementing the program. We normally start in August by signing up our school for the program. By September, I conduct an orientation to parents who signified their intent to let their child join in the program. After the parents' orientation, I prepare a roster of the learner participants. I then send a copy of the list of participants to the Books as Bridges coordinator for classroom pairing and contact exchange. I then conduct an orientation to learner participants. The orientation includes tips for letter writing, what to include and what not to include in their first, second, and third or final letters. By October, learner participants begin writing their draft. By this time also, I am already exchanging emails with my U.S. counterpart classroom teacher. Then my learners submit their drafts for checking and for technical assistance. They rewrite their letters and submit their final copies to me. Normally, I allot 2 to 3 weeks for checking and rewriting of letters. When I have all the students' final letters with me, I then scan them all and send the digital copies to International Book Project. And then I proceed sending them the physical letters via field post or LBC. By December, IBC sends us, in fact, I just received the stipend for this year, early this morning, to cover the cost of postage after they receive the letters. Partner school in the U.S. also sends their letters by this time. And then in January, we're expecting to receive the letters from our partner schools. And then here are some of the photos of my students. They are very excited. Actually, most of my students are always dropping by and asking me, "Ma'am, wala pa po ba? Are the letters there?" They are just excited, and I know because I had the same feeling when I was still in elementary. All right. Then hopefully by the end of January or first week of February, they will all receive their letters, their pen pals. And then also, in January or after they receive the letters, they begin preparing their second letters and writing their second letters and preparing their cultural packages. This cultural packages is very nice because this includes photos and descriptions of dishes like adobo, bicol express, pinangat, and our local products like Abaca footwear, sweetened chili. Most of my students prefer sending their pen pals photos of the Mayon volcano or the Cagsawa ruins and their houses, their mga bahay kubo, mga ganyan po. And then by February, second letters together with their cultural packages are sent to the U.S. And in April, my learners receive their second letters from their pen pals. And they write and send their third and last letter to the U.S. Third letters from the U.S. arrive usually around June or July, just before end of the school year. Right. So how is GISED integrated in the program? First, the LBNHS pen pals program strengthens the writing skills of the students. Most of the time, one of the literacy skills of the students most neglected is the writing skill. So the pen pals program sees to it that they are equipped with the knowledge and in how to write friendly letters, especially the students have undergone the pandemic where they stayed at home for 2 years. The program enables my grade 7 learners to explore connecting with other students from other nations. Now, although they are sending letters to the United States of America, most of the students, counterparts of or pen pals of my students are from Korea. There's some Japanese students, so it's really not just from the United States. Okay. The increasing details in the students' letters not only allows for an organic friendship to develop, but also helps improve the students' literacy skills, particularly in communicating through writing, using the English language as their medium. Second, the pen pal program meets the growing need for higher reading levels and greater cultural awareness among my grade 7 learners. My students are compelled to read foreign authored books for them to know something about their pen pals and locally authored books to expand their knowledge about Philippine history and culture. Through this, they get to appreciate their own unique culture as Filipinos and develop a sense of national pride in our rich heritage as they share it with their overseas student counterparts. And lastly, the Penpal program helps my students learn the universal value of respect and acceptance as they get to know how different their Penpal cultures and values are from them. So that's it. And let me end my presentation with this brief quote. Become friends with people who aren't your age, whose first language is different from yours. Get to know someone who doesn't come from where you are. This is how you see the world. This is how you grow. So thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Okay, thank you so much. We request the four presenters to open your camera now. Finally, we come now to the part of this session, the last part of this session only. We would like to say thanks again to the presenters for their interesting stories imparted and to the audience as well, the participants for their active participation. Now, to our viewers, you can you can type your questions in our chat box, or you can just open your video and proceed asking your question. This is now our option. Hello. Okay. We have here one question. No, wala. Okay. The in So, a query here for Ma'am Maria Alpacuanan. So, how did you find, Ma'am, going back to the old ones? So, having your mails, not anymore by text, not on anymore by media. Uh, how did you find it in your community?
Well, right. So how did I find sending letters, ma'am, sending letters via postmail? The one concern that we have in this dental program is the time that the letters, the time that it takes the letters to be received by our participants in the U.S. and also here. So that's one challenge that I face. But writing letters has been a great experience for me as a teacher because I get to know my students Yes, I'm the one who gets to read their letters and writing
May
their
tanong para sa kanya. Alam na at
I really developed. So that's one thing that I really appreciate with the program. That's the only, I think, that's the only setback comes to the time, the duration that it takes for the letters to arrive and to for them to receive.
The question for Sir Julius was directly addressed to him. Sir Julius, please read.
Yes, ma'am. So I was asked a question, and I quote, "We all know that fast fashion industry makes new garments every year, and this uses up energy, oil, plants, and unfortunately animal exploitation as well." And the one who asked wanted to ask me if do I agree that buying ukay-ukay or secondhand clothes is more sustainable than other new branded clothes that also promote sustainability. So to answer this question, I think it's generally known that buying secondhand clothes is often considered more sustainable than purchasing new clothes, even if the new items are branded as promoting sustainability. So I could give you a few reasons as to why secondhand clothing is often regarded as more environmentally friendly is a more environmentally friendly option. So one, it is reducing resource consumption. So buying ukay-ukay extends the life cycle of clothing, reducing the demand for new production. Second, it is of lower carbon footprint because the production of new clothing items, especially if they are involved in manufacturing processes, transportation, and packaging, can contribute to a significant carbon footprint as well. Possible reason also would be waste reduction because secondhand shopping or ukay-ukay diverts clothing from landfills, reducing the overall amount of textile wastes. So another reason I can think, pa siguro, is supporting circular fashion because buying ukay-ukay supports the concept of circular fashion by promoting the reduce, and recycle of clothing. So lastly would be the cost effectiveness and accessibility of it as well, because secondhand clothing is often more affordable than new sustainable branded clothing. So this accessibility can encourage a broader range of consumers to participate in sustainable fashion practices. I hope I addressed your question.
Again, what core, this is the questions for everybody. This is a common question. What core values have you learned from your project? Yeah. This is the question for
All right, if I may be permitted to answer first that
Yes,
question,
please.
Madam Moderator.
Yes.
Of course, good morning once again to my fellow speakers, resource persons for today. The core values, there are actually a lot of core values that we can, um, of course, reflect upon the program, most particularly the Biscuit para sa Paslit or BPP missions. But I would like to highlight one important thing, which is to value or look at small things differently. That small things are not really small. So no gift is really small so long as they would come from the heart and service is really inherent in your heart. That's something that you would like to also remember. And aside from that, inclusivity is important. We have to include everyone, and it should transcend the age, the background, the social status, the gender, or whatever that is. So everybody is included. The same way that we treat everybody who joined in our program or our missions. Everybody should be a part of our common goal, which is to alleviate poverty and at the same time to be available to those who are really in need in our little way. That's all.
Thank you again, sir, for answering the common question. Thank you. And anybody? Yes, ma'am, Marinel. Go ahead, please.
For me, it's volunteerism and character, and aside from that, it's initiative. Um, Volunteerism, it requires it requires awareness, and of course, these, I mean, in my context, it's corpus beneficiaries. They are not aware of this. They are not aware of their own issues. Now we need to initiate and to let them know and inform them of the problems existing in their own context in order for them to transform themselves. And also, volunteerism changes one's character. That's also what I learned as a values educator major. As you volunteer, your character changes, not because you're just aiming for promotions or whatsoever, but you're aiming to connect with people and to help others genuinely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have Ma'am Kawan.
Yes. There are many values that I have heard with regard to the temple program. But I think the core values that I really like are the value of acceptance, the respect and acceptance of the diversity of people. Uh, I really appreciate it when my students are mindful of what they are sharing to their pen pals in their letters, and when they receive the letters and they get to know some of the cultures from the United States or from Korea.
Okay.
Those are the core values that I really appreciate that are they said about.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Sir Jules.
For me, I think there are a lot of core values that I think were involved in developing the project, but I think the best value I can take off that really resonated with me is developing a sense of long-term perspectives, because focusing on long-term sustainability is, I think, more important rather than envisioning short-term trends or band-aid solutions, considering the lasting impact of consumer choices on future generations. So applying this would involve investing in timeless and durable clothing, supporting sustainable fashion brands indeed, with a commitment to long-term environmental and social responsibility. And so I think advocating for sustainable fashion encourages sort of a holistic approach to living that extends beyond personal style choices. I think this core value, along with other values, contribute to a global mindset focused on responsible consumption, environmental conservation, even ethical considerations to foster a more sustainable and equitable world. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you with us today in this group forum. For now, as requested, we will have a phone call for our speakers and of course the participants. I'd like to ask everyone
No, we wait first. May we request everyone to turn on the camera? Thank you. Just a bit, Miss Geraldine. We will have 3 panels. Geraldine, please come.
Okay na, Geraldine.
Thank you, Alpha, Marinel, Julius, and Mike.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm done. I can go home.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone, to our dear participants and presenters. You have witnessed the first segment of the GSED initiative, By and for Youth, a strategies and exemplar subject and conversation in session 4.2. I hope those presentation has helped you learn more about GSED initiative and activities. Mr. Michael Andre Ambestro here, and I will serve you as your moderator for the next part of the presentation. I am aware that everyone is prepared to pay attention and pick up new knowledge when our next presenters are ready. I'll be able to see your heart react. If you are online, please leave our remarks with your school, program, and year level. Additionally, you can upload your photos and thoughts about the event using the following hashtag, and I will post or publish them in our chat box. You can use the hashtag BU Champions GSED, hashtag SDG4 Quality Education, hashtag Bicol University, hashtag I am GSED Teacher, hashtag APSIO, hashtag SDGs, hashtag 2023 Youth Forum GSED, hashtag GSED. I will not keep you waiting for our next presenter. I think our next presenter is already ready. The next presenter is Mary Ann Maestrado Buena, the president of El Verde Youth Iriga of Iriga City, Camarines Sur, with the project title Nourishing Minds, a Holistic Feeding and Learning Initiative. Miss Mary Ann.
Hello po, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'll be playing first a video, sir.
Hi mga mga ka-youth, I am Marian Maestrado Bana and I am from the beautiful city of Iriga. I completed Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, major in Human Resource Management at University of St. Anthony, and I've been involved in a community service for almost 6 years now. During my term as the president of JJC Iriga, we carried out nearly 10 feeding programs, 8 tree planting activities, and 15 relief operations in gift giving in just 1 year. Now that I am the president of LVW Youth Iriga, we came up a project that showcased 2 goals from the Sustainable Development Goals. In line with this, our main goal is to extend our gratitude to the PDOE, the poor, deprived, oppressed, and exploited. We all know that global citizenship refers to social, political, environmental, and economic acts that the globally minded people and groups take on a global basis. We aim to create a positive impact on children's lives while fostering environmental awareness. We see service a fundamental role in uplifting the community, promoting sustainability, and fostering progress.
In this project, we will not only just gonna give gifts to our future generation, but also educate them about protecting the environment. By sharing joy with each child, we will not only nourish them, but also impart knowledge and skills about protecting Mother Nature. Together, our small actions create a significant impact in our community. Giving gifts to every child is like planting a tree. It will bloom in the future. In this project, Nurturing Minds, a holistic feeding and learning initiative which seeks to provide care for children by offering them food aligned with Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger, and fostering environmental awareness. It also falls under Sustainable Development Goal number 13, Climate Action for the sake of these children's future. Always remember, the seeds of kindness and generosity grow into a forest of joy that benefits all of us. Okay, I'll be sharing to you guys a PowerPoint presentation. Before anything else, I would like to greet everyone a good morning, and to my co-presenters, participants, and our viewers from Facebook Live. Good morning. So, in my 6 years in community service, I've been one of the students that I'm not that smart, I'm not that talented, but I believe in every move, that action that a youth can will bring an impact, while we spread positive change all throughout here in our community, in our city, in Iriga. I am much very proud that every youth here is making a move, while the sectors, the local government unit, everyone in our city is helping the youth, at least to give them knowledge also to how to at least give them the chance to show them that the youth of our generation is not that bad, because they always think that our generation is not the hope of tomorrow. I'll be sharing a PowerPoint. Mhm. In my years of being a JCs, since you see guys that I am the newly elected president of El Verde, I've started in JJC. JJC Iriga is my training ground to be a youth leader. As you can see, JJC Iriga is youth affiliate of a Junior Chamber International. We have JCI Iriga here in our chapter and a nationwide youth leadership development organization, which means JJC Iriga is one of the chapters also here. And I am also a former regional vice president of JJC Bicol. JJC Bicol has 4 chapters, which is JJC Legazpi, JJC Naga, JJC Labonyogan, and JJC Iriga. So if you're near with that places, you can message them on their Facebook page if you want to be part of JJC or to become a JCs to spread positive change. It all started when I was first year college, October 2019. I joined JJC Iriga and I was elected as the chapter treasurer that time. And for me, I really want for me that time I don't want to join any activities, any organization, but JJC changed my perspectives on being how to be a college student. November 2019, this was the planning month for the one of the biggest activity, which is the Love for a Cause. All the proceeds here was given to the beneficiaries, like the kids. And then we invited some co-organizations, partnered organization like Kiwanis Iriga, Metro Iriga, and JCI Iriga, who spearheaded the project. And also, we join a lot of activities inside the school campus, like University of St. Anthony, since half of the members and officers are the majority are from USAN. That's why this was a fundraising activity also. We've given the funds to the children from the Gawad Kalinga that time. And here also we've celebrated the Nagba Festival. It's a festival here in our city, and also JCI and JJC spearheaded the event, and it was successful. Here are some of the activities. We've joined a lot of events in our city to at least show them that the youth of the day can also give impact, a positive change to our generation. This was last Feb 2020, and it Valentine's Day. At least a small gifts can give to our fellow students at USANT. And May 2020, the pandemic strikes. Even though a simple food can it's like a pakaon para sa frontliners, food initiative from JJC and JCI. And this was November 2020. It's not yet back to normal, but since we wanted to help, and it was the month where 5 typhoons struck Bicol region. And we have the Oplan Kaagapay together with the other chapters from JCI Pili Sarog and JCI Iriga. Also, we have another Oplan Kaagapay, and from the tribes, we also went to different tribes in our city, and of course, we volunteered a lot in Irigavax Express and Res Bakuna to ensure everyone's safety and the members of JJC. It all started here in JJC. And why we wanted to have this kind of activity. When I was the president, I really wanted to help and focus to the children, to the future generations, which is I wanted to give them it's not just once. You will not gonna conduct an activity once in that place once because we need sustainability. In this, we have like a share a toy, spread a joy. It all started here. We've been thinking if what if we can also teach them to plant a tree for the next generation. It's a connection which is a connection project from a share a toy, spread a joy to tree for the next generation. We've been visiting the trees every 2 months to ensure if it needed to be replaced because it is a one child, one tree initiative for JJC. Now that I'm a part of El Verde Youth for Climate Action, we have this, it is a provincial organization also here in Camarines Sur, and the mission here is to have the vision here, a strong, dedicated, and proactive organization in the province of Camarines Sur, here in Camsur, working towards a sustainable and livable environment as well as a green and clean Camarines Sur. And we wanted to rebuild and reactivate the chapter of El Verde here. And one of the projects, the biggest projects that we want is the one child, one tree initiative. Every child that we will be feeding is a one tree that we will be planting. So it's in line with here the mission of our organization also. The organization shall work to protect and preserve the natural ecosystem of the province to make them capable of mitigating the impact of climate change. I'm not gonna read it anymore. And for me, if ever a child will learn how to protect Mother Earth, at least the climate action that we will be teaching to them is something that they will bring as they grow old. The One Child, One Tree initiative, Nurturing Minds, a holistic and feeding and learning initiative. So that's all. Thank you so much, everyone, and good morning again.
Thank you so much, Miss Mary Ann, for that wonderful initiative in your province or locality. Kindly stand by for a little later for the open forum. Next, we have Enhancing Empathy Through Project Gift Giving will be presented to us by Grade 12 Humanity and Social Science Trans student of Senior High School of Bicol University College of Education, Integrated Laboratory School, Mr. Carlo Mikel Citerel. May I have the floor? I will give the floor to Mr. Michael or Mikel.
Hello, good morning. I'm Miko. You can call me Miko or Carlo Terrell.
I'm from BUHS. I was the former vice president of the BUHS SSG last year. So I'll be sharing my screen momentarily. Is the presentation in full screen mode na? Okay, so I'm assuming the screen can be seen as at this moment. I hope it is. Okay, so once again, I'm Carlo Miguel Terrell, the former Vice President of the BUHS SSG, representing our advocacy programs throughout the years with the title Enhancing Empathy Through Gift Giving. So to first preface this presentation, must first realize a couple of factors going into this discussion. So first, what makes the Philippines and specifically Bicol different when it comes to youth advocacy? So first, must understand the Philippines is a developing nation wherein infrastructural challenges and logistical difficulties can be faced. For example, the difficulties in logistics when it comes to transporting goods, funding, etc. It's actually a problem not only faced by private citizens, but also government organizations, which moves on to that of the Philippines is divided into regions and municipalities, such as local government units. This is important to consider because instead of relying so much on the national government, there's a division in the national and the more localized parts. So the advocacies of smaller time groups can be more felt because there is a more direct line between them and the people they are catering to and the people that can actually provide that help. And also, specifically for Bicol, it is strife with natural calamities and developmental problems. For example, do we say that during the December times or the latter half of the year, we have the Baguio seasons in Bicol where we prepare for natural calamities such as typhoons and such that actually hinder a lot of development and also a cause for other advocacies as well. Now, going into this, for the specific projects we're going to outline, the main proponents throughout the years is Tayo, the organization in Albay, the BUHS SSG, and the BU UNESCO group, and also the Glee Club. And also, the main proponents catered to our enhancing empathy through gift-giving programs are the Bangkerohan Special Ed Elementary School. Now, here are a few of the BUHS initiatives throughout the years. BUHS Christmas with Special Ones from 2016 to 2021. So the reason why we catered to the Bangkerohan SPED classes or schools specifically is because we believe that the most vulnerable actors in our community deserve the most help in this circumstance because for one, they are already economically and developmentally in terms of infrastructure challenged, and also they would gain more from the same help that we extend to other communities as well. And also, it is also a chance for people in the community to participate in these initiatives and not just waiting for other outside organizations. That's the beauty of youth initiatives because it's at the very core of it, it is a grassroots. Okay. So apologies, hindi pala naka-full screen. Okay, yeah, there's it. Yan na pala. Okay, apologies. It didn't show up in the overlay. So, yun nga. Since this is a very community-centered advocacy group, or this is a very community-centered initiative where we believe that the role of the organizations involved is just funneling those of the funding and support from other organizations into one initiative. I think the most tactical thing for us in youth organizations is to fully utilize these channels. So here is the events throughout the years and how they are implemented. So it started from just the BUHS facilities being used for this to take place. And now it moved on from going to Ayala Malls in Legazpi, then SM Legazpi, to hold these events because of not only just gift giving, but also enhancing the tendencies that you give to children in learning environments as well. Now, when it came to the pandemic, we were very limited when it comes to options and possibilities because of logistical problems and restrictions. So we opted as to just for a donation drive, more focused donation drive. And it also carried over to actual people affected by calamities during that time, because it's also another initiative of BUHS Youth Orgs with which we partnered with. Now moving on. In doing any sort of volunteer work or any initiative work, we must first answer the question, why do we do this actually? To prime ourselves with this mindset, I think these are exemplary quotes that emphasize what we push as the proper mindset for volunteering. So from late President Ramon Magsaysay, I believe that those who have less in life should have more in law. So we believe that this should also extend to that of actual logistical help or actual benefits from the government, but also in terms of community. We need to cater to our most vulnerable community members and stakeholders. Also, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members by Mahatma Gandhi. This is also important because we should not look at those who are in the most ahead of life as a basis for how our country is being run, because there is also a contrast to that of those who, quote unquote, we say are in the other half. And it's important to realize that they are also valid members of equal members of our community and should be given equal opportunities. And also, for Mother Teresa, never worry about numbers, help one person at a time and start with the person nearest to you. This is an important mindset to have because a lot of people actually want to help, but they are more paralyzed into thinking that they have no power to helping. So our presentation right now would actually push for a message of collective help and what would happen if one person just starts. And also, the smallest acts of kindness is worth more than grandest intentions. We believe that awareness is not that tactical right now or not as beneficial as before, because yes, we can say that we are aware of these issues, but what are we actually doing about? What are we doing? Are we doing anything about this? So I think it's more time for a change right now. So moving on, for the practicalities, why are you as private citizens, why should you funnel your resources or support these initiatives, even practically or spiritually or in terms of advocacies? And why should you as students or as members of society organize these events? Because for one, it first unites and fosters a community. This is important because collective action is one of the biggest tools of a democracy. If there are gaps we see in our communities and our society, the members of community can fill that easily. And also, small donations, even the smallest donations, can accumulate to big effects, even when used properly and when there are enough people donating to it. And also, immersion in communities are important because it's gonna provide the volunteers, the people that advocate for these things, more comprehensive look into the problems that we are facing, which also leads to us developing more accessible and better solutions going forward. And it also hones individual skills, principles, and advocacies. This is very important for youth leaders because we are expected to be the ones mastering the helm in future generations. When all the current adults are long past retirement, we are needed in fulfilling the jobs of bureaucracy and such, and it's important to develop it in a young age, and specifically in terms of empathy, because you can be a really good person, really good organizer, but without that added immersion in communities, unification of communities, it can be all for naught because you are not funneling your efforts on the proper things. And also, this cannot just be seen as one simple program. It should be an initiative for long-term change. What this means is, it is not sustainable if we keep creating programs by private citizens to cater to individual problems. It is much more tactical for us going forward to create a community or create a nation which does not have these problems in the first place, instead of organizing to mitigate the problems we face day to day. So that is the ideal route when it comes to youth advocacies. Now, moving on. For the process, if we say that anyone can do this, here is kind of the rundown on how we, the BOHS, SSG, and our partner organizations did it personally throughout those years. So we think there are five distinctions on or phases of these projects. So first, the conceptualization. This is very important because this lays the groundwork for who you cater to, how you will do it, and what is the feasibility and what is the actual impact of your help. So you need to question yourself through your org na, who are the main proponents and benefactors? Who would actually benefit, or who do you want to help in this situation? So for us, we said that we would like to cater to or forge a long-lasting relationship with that of the special ed of Bangkerohan. So why would you do this? Or what is your main reason for doing this? This can go on for, you can say that this is for educational support, etc., developmental goals for individuals, mentally impaired, etc., etc. The key to that is, why should this vulnerable actor be catered to? And also, it's important to realize, what can you provide? So for example, in this, we take in a role as someone that funnels help from private citizens as a middleman, because it is very hard to condense these individual donations to an actual something meaningful that caters to an entire student population. And what accessibility issues should you bridge in this kind of field? So in terms of assessing the benefactors, what you have and what not, what are the biggest challenges you can face and how do you prepare for that? Also, the next space is for preparation. So you have your concept down and you know who you want to cater to. The next important step is, how do you prepare to actually face these challenges? So the first question is, whose jurisdiction will this fall under? What LGU or what organizations should be seen as someone that can cater to or help with these vulnerable actors, and what hoops must you go through? So this could be the paperworks, the letters, etc. What organizations do you need to connect to, etc. And that goes hand in hand with what organizational support can you get, because specifically for student-led or student primarily led organizations, it is a fact that we don't have that big a means to actually get the push that we want. So it's important to connect with other people that have those means and have a like-minded mind. So logistics, this is very important because, for example, in our projects, our very key distinction is donation drives as well as in-cash donations. So it's important to find out how you would implement your actual practices. So what dates would you have? Who would man these things, etc. And it's very important to have a timeline always. You need to have a timeline on where you would meet, how would you get your resources, etc. Because not only would it provide more steady flow, it would also reassure the benefactors and such, and also the people getting involved in this. Now, the third, informally, we call this hype, because it is very important for private citizen-led advocacy events to be public knowledge. How would you do this? You need to disseminate event details very well. One of the ways to do this is social media, because it asks the average person, how would they participate? How can I, someone who wants to extend my help of these Filipino values of hospitality, Filipino values of gift giving, how could I tangibly put these words and wishes to action? It's also important to garner traction for benefactors and awareness for their cause, because even after your event, if you give a highlight to their problems, etc., it is important because they can private citizens can still funnel or be informed in the problems they face. And also, it's very important to get a long-lasting partnership between these organizations, between these youth organizations as well, because not only would it make it more accessible for people in actually volunteering, it would also kind of make it easier in branching out to other advocacies as well. Execution. In terms of execution on the day of the event, you need to have the division of labor down. For example, if there are needs to be catered, you need to space them out effectively to those members or volunteers who are most specifically catered to that. You also need safeguards and security, because even if we say that this is a charity event or an outreach event, there still needs to be safeguards and plan Bs and plan Cs ahead, because you will not know what happens. And also for post-event, it's not only just important for us to actually extend our help in whatever kind to the people, it's also important for us to do it properly in proper means. So this goes hand in hand with auditing the finances properly, especially for donations. It is important for the donators or the benefactors or beneficiators or what have you to know where their money and resources are going. So transparency is utmost important in maintaining this relationship between the public. And also event success assessment. This is important in catering to other causes as well, and seeing how this is effective, or did we do this effectively, etc., etc., and what we can do in the future. For future projects and advocacies, this is also important because it allows you to get the progress you have with garnering this fan base to do something more, and also follow up. So it shouldn't be just one and done event to actually say that we've stopped the problem, because a lot of these problems we advocate for, like large spending, poverty, etc., are more systematic. So it is very critical for us to follow up on our participants and those we cater to. So some quick tips in conjunction with that: fully utilize social media, especially social media, because you can do a lot these days as opposed to those in the older days when you have to put out TV ads, etc., posters to get awareness for an event. It's just as simple as right now. It's just as simple as virality with posts, and it is very important, especially when it comes to bridging the gap between the donors and the benefactors. And also always consider accessibility, because these projects are not for you, the volunteers. It is for the people you wish to help. So always consider that, is there accessibility problem when it comes to their location, the needs of the specific individuals, etc. You need to cater to them as much as possible and design your approach and how you would help them as much as possible to that. And you need to also kind of have this mentality that this is more than just giving, because giving is just the preliminary effect of this. What we actually want here is more everlasting change in the systems, which would be garnered by more awareness, more actual help, and more advocacies in the Congress floor, etc. And also form long-term relationships. This is very important because this would allow us to actually streamline the process of help. So even if you are which goes on to number 5. Even if you are discouraged right now, you are an individual that wants to actually help and actually wants to put their advocacies forward. It can be daunting at first, but don't be afraid, because from our experience, there are a lot of people who actually want to help. They just need that kind of middle ground for them to reach out or to be aware of this, or for the process to help me more concretized or more concrete for them to actually put their money towards a good cause that you want to advocate for. So don't be afraid in taking the plunge. Now, for preliminary questions, three important questions going into this kind of discussion. So why should private citizens engage in these initiatives? So if the first few parts are not persuasive enough when it comes to the principalities and the philosophies of the philosophy of outreach programs and donations, there is something, it kind of trickles down to the private citizens in the end, in terms of if these advocacies and these sectors can be fixed by small citizens. There can be a market for privatized stuff, and also government to actually see this as something that they need to fix, more awareness, etc. And it also goes back to, if a community is healthy, an individual is healthy, because the parts of the community that needs to do things such as finances and public health are functioning properly, everybody benefits from that. And also, why should students specifically take the plunge? Because instead, not just the advocacy part of, we are global citizens, we need to do this because these are the developmental goals. It is also important for students to actually be immersed in their communities at a very young age, because for one, this is the community they will grow up in, especially if you are catering to the other youth groups. These are people you would actually see on the streets, see in your communities. They will actually have a lot of effects have in them, because we very much emphasize this. Those with the least means benefit the most for even our little help. So even as students, even if the simplicity of organizing these events or bridging these big organizations together, it would actually foster a lot for the individual students, as well as the society the students would like to cultivate in the future. And also, the last is, so we say all of these things. What are the actual impacts of this advocacies, etc.? Not only would this actually, as we said, not only would this give them short-term benefits, it would also give this more societal benefits as well, because of what we've mentioned below. Okay, so before going out, just another quote from Ramon Magsaysay to prime you for this. Guns alone are not the answer. We must provide hope for young people for better housing, clothing, and food. And if we do, the radicals will wither away. So this is kind of a counter to those who wish for social change through violent actions. If you're more hesitant to actually attack that, a more peaceful solution such as this and bridging is actually a good part of that. So our end goal for this presentation, three steps. Collective help is very important for us, because not only does it bridge private individuals into getting more for people with less means, it also unites us as a community with a common goal. It also maximizes our means with a lot, because we're doing a lot with little. So for example, even as student organizations with little power when it comes to bureaucracy and little power when it comes to resources, just the fact of bridging these gaps, we can actually do a lot for our communities. And also, small steps, big impact. This is very important, because this is not just an event in a vacuum. This is a step for a bigger community that caters to its community also. Now, for the last quote, I'd like to leave you all with this, my favorite quote of all time. I am somehow less interested in the weight and convulsions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talent have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. So that is why we advocate, and that is why we fight. It's your turn right now. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Terrell, for a meaningful and transforming project. Kindly stand by for our open forum. Last but definitely not the least, the title of their activity is Towards Global NHCians, the Ligao National High School SSLG GSED activities to be presented to us by Samuel D. Princesa Jr. and Carl Brian Belga of Ligao National High School. Sorry, we have also John Philip Nacario. You have the floor, my dear student of Ligao National High School.
Good morning ka muna. So, am I audible po?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So, hello and good morning to everyone. I am Samuel Jr. D. Princesa, and I am live here watching from Ligao National High School with the school SSLG Council, with the school publications, Ang Ilaya and the Apprentice, and also with the SALT Club and the Ignite. So on behalf of Ligao National High School Supreme Secondary Learner Government Council, we have prepared a video presentation about the activities implemented in our school related to the implementation of global citizenship education activities and principles. So we hope you will enjoy our video presentation and learn some insights about our video presentation. And thank you, and that's all. Now, may I request our technical team to please play our prepared video presentation.
In the hallowed halls of Ligao National High School, a symphony of enlightenment echoes through the air as the Supreme Secondary Learner Government, or SSLG, adopts a movement towards global citizenship.
Like a canvas painted with colorful strokes of cultural diversity and international awareness, LNHS is a masterful artist that weaves the threads of global understanding.
Through their activities, they serve as the brush, splashing views of interconnectedness and appreciation for diverse perspectives across the minds of the students.
Through a kaleidoscope of activities, LNHS embark on a journey of discovery, unraveling the intricacies of global issues and forging connections with their counterparts in far-flung corners of the globe.
Witness as we paint the art and goal of GSED through various activities of our school entitled
Towards Global LNHS, the Ligao National High School SSLG GSED activities.
As the students immerse themselves in this flourishes of educational brilliance, they also find themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of values that resonates with the very essence of global citizenship.
The impact of LNH's creative piece extends far beyond the school gates. The flourishes of their education become the strokes that paints a brighter and more harmonious future for our global community.
In the grand masterpiece of Ligao National High School, these GSED activities are the brushstrokes that craft a narrative of enlightenment, skillful performance, and values-driven global citizenship.
Now adorned in the emblems of global awareness, dance into the world of stage, leaving an imprint on the canvas of humanity.
Witness as we paint the art and goal of GSED through various activities of our school, entitled Towards Global LNHS, the LNHS SSLG Global Citizenship Education Activities.
We used to have a clean community, but unfortunately, the tables have turned, and we can see a really big difference due to the waste that are improperly thrown. Through this, the school and student council implemented a cleanup drive wherein all nations work together to achieve a well-maintained school community. This is also in support of the school program called COP, Cleanliness, Orderliness, and Beautification. This activity is not just to a school-based project, but rather encourage learners to be responsible individuals even in their respective communities.
Being a student and a council member is both an honor and a responsibility at the same time. It makes me discover and try new things. And one of the examples of this is the Ngirilaan 2023, the grade 7 experience as the freshman student of the school. And it promotes inclusivity, unity, and camaraderie, especially for the students with special needs. And it also provides an education for all.
Being part of the student council made me realize many things that has opened my eyes on about certain global issues that we are facing today. For example, the activity implemented by the Alanicious SLG in connection with the celebration of Pride Month enabled many students to be aware of the issue on inequality. Through this, they were able to be educated about the growing LGBTQ plus community. Through that event, they were able to understand, made them open their minds to accept the LGBTQ plus community in our society, fostering unity, camaraderie, love, and support.
Promoting respect, inclusion, diversity, and empowerment, LNH's SSLG leads the celebration of Pride Month 2023 last June 29. GSED emphasizes the appreciation of diversity, fostering a sense of unity, and promoting understanding among individuals from different backgrounds. Pride Month, with its focus on joy, celebration, and unity within the LGBTQ community and their allies, reflects GSED's commitment to recognizing and respecting the rights and identities of all individuals. The acknowledgement that gender should not be a divisive factor, but a unifying force, underscores GSED's goal of promoting inclusivity and breaking down barriers that may lead to discrimination. By celebrating differences and fostering understanding, Pride Month aligns with GSED's principle of building a more tolerant, inclusive, and globally aware society that values and respects the uniqueness of every individual.
As GSED encourages fostering a sense of community, understanding, and shared responsibility, the conduct of Batang Guro, which focuses on providing teachers a day of appreciation and enjoyment, students were able to learn and illustrate their knowledge on a certain subject. By acknowledging and celebrating teachers, the activity contributes to building a positive and supportive educational community. Moreover, providing students with an opportunity to gain confidence in their teaching ability aligns with GSED's emphasis on empowering individuals to actively participate in shaping a better society through their unique contributions and skills. Education is crucial as it underscores the importance of recognizing and appreciating the roles of both teachers and students. The celebration, while providing teachers a break, acknowledges the significant impact of their educational efforts. Simultaneously, the focus on students gaining confidence in teaching speaks to transformative power of education in shaping individual skills and capabilities. This certainly proves that education goes beyond traditional classrooms, fostering a positive and supportive environment that nurtures personal and professional growth for both educators and learners. The activity therefore promotes values integral to global citizenship, such as appreciation, collaboration, and personal development. Last March 17, 2023, the Ligao National High School, led by the Supreme Secondary Learner Government, conducted a Campus Peace and Development Forum hosted by the Philippine Air Force. With GSED's principle, which emphasizes cultivating a holistic understanding of global challenges and fostering a sense of responsibility among individuals, the activity provided the students a broader perspectives on issues hindering peace, progress, and development, whilst promoting awareness beyond local boundaries. The focus on deceptive recruitment to the communist insurgency underscores GSED's goals of developing critical thinking skills and encouraging active engagement with complex societal issues. By exploring the role of youth in nation building, the objective aligns with GSED's emphasis on empowering individuals to contribute positively to their communities and to the world. The inclusion of lectures and an open forum reflects GSED's commitment to participatory learning and dialogue, encouraging students to critically examine diverse perspectives. Overall, this objective embodies GSED principles by fostering informed, responsible, and globally aware citizens capable of addressing complex challenges for the betterment of the society.
The LNHS SSLG conducts a weekly cleaning up drive
fostering the environmental responsibilities among students. This initiative instills the cleanliness habits, nurture respect for surroundings, and cultivates the bayanihan spirit. The cleaning up drive activity supports the school's program, namely COB, Cleanliness, Orderliness, and Beautification, and the E-Pump, everything placed, used, and maintained properly. Every Friday, the SSLG Council and volunteers participating, promoting a sustainable mindset for a healthier environment. Through this activity, students are reminded of the 3 R's: proper waste segregation and the use of the MRF, materials recovery facility. Aligned with the global citizenship education, it cultivates a sense of global responsibility. Students understand their roles as citizens, contributing to a cleaner world and grasp the global impact of local actions on social issues like pollution and sustainability. The global citizenship education aims to foster the intercultural understanding, inclusivity, and respect for diversity. In line with these goals, the LNH's SSLG organized Niralalaan 2023, the freshman experience involving grade 7 and SPED students from October 25th to October 26, 2023. The event emphasized inclusivity and camaraderie, integrating these students into the growing Ligao National High School community. Through this initiative, the grade 7 and SPED student found a sense of belonging, sharing values and responsibilities based on human rights, a key learning outcome within the socio-emotional domains of GSED. The activity encouraged interaction among diverse backgrounds, fostering empathy and cooperation, echoing the values of global citizenship by highlighting the importance of understanding and appreciating various perspectives and cultures. Donating extra clothes demonstrates care and empathy for those in need. Some parents, due to poverty, struggle to provide their children. That's why Ligao National High School SSLG organized Pag-asa sa Pagtabang, a call for donation, last August. In line with the Brigada Eskwela 2023, one aim of the global citizenship education is nurturing attitude of care, empathy, and the respect for diversity. This activity supports equitable access for educational empowerment and global social responsibility by providing resources, advocating for inclusive learning environments, and fostering active global citizenship.
Celebrating progress in advancing everyone's rights and gender equality, Women's Month celebration was conducted last February to March, while acknowledging remaining challenges and honoring women's contribution to the society. GSED illustrate the promotion of equality, social justice, and the recognition of diverse contributions within a global context. By focusing on women's rights and gender equality, the program supports GSED's goal of nurturing a sense of responsibility towards addressing societal issues. It encourages reflection on the progress made and the work still to be done, fostering a global awareness of gender-related challenges. Honoring women's contributions to the society emphasizes the importance of acknowledging diverse perspectives and promoting inclusivity, which is the key principle of GSED that aims to create a more equitable and a just world. Celebrating International Youth Day under the theme Green Skills for Youth Towards a Sustainable World, the local youth developments of the Ligao City Social Welfare and Development organized a youth summit last August 21st to 23rd, 2023. In this initiative, the LNH's SSLG, a registered school-based organization with the local youth development office, actively participated. The event was inclusive, drawing students from various schools, including the SSLG Council. This summit served as a leadership training platform, focusing on nurturing essential skills aligned with global citizenship education, such as critical thinking, empathy, intercultural understanding, and social responsibility. Through this program, young individuals had a chance to delve into global issues, hone their leadership abilities, create inclusivity, and cultivate a strong sense of responsibility towards fostering positive changes within their communities and the world. This initiative aligns perfectly with the overarching goal of Towards Global Nations, the Ligao National High School SSLG GSED activities, as it highlights the active involvement of LNH students in events promoting skills and values integral to global citizenship and sustainable development.
The Student Leadership Program, conducted by the Makati Gospel Church or MGC, New Life Christian Academy in partnership with the SSLG at Ligao National High School, deeply aligns with the objectives and principles of Global Citizenship Education or GCED, by instilling the team Dare to be different, making a stand for what really matters. This initiative encourages students to embrace uniqueness and advocate for essential values, aligning with the principles of GCED. The programs focus on nurturing Ella nations into effective community leaders by fostering confidence and a sense of purpose that can be found in the teaching of the Lord Jesus Christ, strongly connects with GCED concepts. It emphasizes the development of students not only as leaders but also a responsible global citizen who understand the importance of values, empathy, and a sense of responsibility towards their community and around the world. Furthermore, by encouraging students to make stand for what truly matters, this initiative aligned with the GCED's emphasis on critical thinking, active citizenship, and the ethical decision-making. It empowers students to think independently, challenge norms, and contribute positively to their communities while upholding the fundamental principle of integrity, respect, and social justice, which are core elements of GCED.
The Arandurugan, a project to be implemented at Ligao National High School, led by LNHS SSLG, isn't just about activities. It's about strengthening global citizenship education. Arandurugan aims to boost academics, improve grades, and enrich learning. It involves students facing difficulties in subjects and those eager to volunteer as peer tutors. It's a two-way street. Students teach and learn simultaneously. Like you said, Arandurugan embodies teaching and learning, fostering a world where peace thrives. This initiative runs every Friday throughout the school year 2023-2024, emphasizing collaboration, empathy, and mutual learning, the core elements of GCED. Arandurugan creates an inclusive learning space where students support each other, embodying the values crucial to building a more harmonious and knowledgeable world.
Those activities opened our eyes to the interconnectedness of our world.
We're not just students, we're global citizens making a difference.
From environmental projects to cultural exchanges, our SSLG is leaving a mark globally.
The journey continues. Get ready for even more exciting activities that will strengthen our bonds as global citizens.
Together, we're making a mark on the global map. Stay tuned for
Towards Global Ella Nations.
All right, congratulations to Ligao National High School for your presentation. We have witnessed and heard three different initiatives from our presenter. At this moment, I would like to ask from our dear participants some questions about the program and project being presented to us by our resource person. So I request our three resource person, Mr. Terrell, Ms. Mary Ann, and the student from Ligao National High School, Mr. Nakario Belga, and Mr. Princess. Okay, so are you ready now for our open forum, my dear student? Okay, so can we solicit some question from our dear participants? We have a question to our chat box. Okay. Hi, I am Jervin Antivola. My question is addressed to the speaker from Ligao National High School. Specifically, this is question addressed to the student leaders of Ligao National High School. In your role with school publication, as far as I can remember, it seems Ligao has actively participated in both regional and national conferences, but there's a lack of visible effort to contribute to your community and global challenges. How do you think organizations like your council and media publication can address the contemporary issues on both local and global scale? Again, I would like to repeat the question addressed to Ligao National High School. In your role with school publication, as far as I can remember, it seems Ligao has actively participated in both regional and national conferences, but there's a lack of visible effort to contribute to your community and global challenges. How do you think organizations like your council and media publication can address contemporary issues on both locals and global scale? Okay?
Hello everyone, good morning. Ligao City is a city, it is, um, I believe that if each and every one of us is willing to help and we are able to do such things, or we are willing and to, because I believe that parang one step, parang if each and every one of us or everybody is doing or being responsible in having a self-discipline, because our behavior starts from home. And if our family or if the people surrounds us isn't responsible enough, or is they are not they have, or they don't have a self-discipline, they can't when they um when they don't have.
So, good morning. So, being part of the school publication, it is a commitment to sharing the truth and having that as part of GSET principles. I think that can be able to connect to that kind of principle wherein we are going to share and to write for what is truth, what is true, and yeah.
Okay, thank you so much from Ligao National High School. We have another question. This is addressed to all the presenters. Okay, so how can you motivate the young generation to conduct activities without any expectation in return from the community? Again, how can you motivate the young generation to conduct activities or program without any expectation in return from the community? Okay, this is addressed to all our presenter, to the last presenter, Miss Marian Buena, Carlo, and to the Ligao National High School. I think Carlo and Miss Marian will answer the question. Later is the Ligao National High School student. Okay?
I answer first. Okay.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead, Carlo.
So I think with this question comes the inherent perspective that helping other people should garner you something in return, which is why we specifically emphasize the philosophy of charity in the beginning. Because charity is intrinsically something that you give without actually acknowledging anything back or expecting anything back. May it be for just pushing your advocacies or just understanding that vulnerable people need the most help, regardless of whatever your standing is. So with this, I think that it comes with awareness and awareness of what charity actually is, because we have a saying na kung alam mo na or mulat ka na, masama nang pumikit. So we believe that just pushing these values would actually encourage people to see what they can do, because it is inherent in us to actually want to help. And we're just pushing them the values to help in proper ways and the channels. So with that comes accessibility to those who wish to participate, because everybody has the will to help. We just need to push it more on how they can actually concretely help with their means. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Carlo. How about Miss Marian?
So, as one of the youth leaders here in Iriga City, I think lead them by example. As a leader, I will be leading them, um, uh, show them that leading in initiative, and also telling them that it's not all about what you get in return. It's about what you will do for them, and spreading positive change. And eh, likewise, like what I've said earlier, that micro efforts can be have we can be having a macro impact to the community. It is all about what you will do. It's not all about what you will get in return.
Thank you, Miss Mary Ann. How about the student leaders of Ligao National High School?
If I may add
While
po
waiting
on,
for the answer of Ligao National High School, if you have still question, you can post it on our chat box. Okay, Mr. Jomar?
talaga. Okay, so good morning. So if I may add to the question earlier about to Ligao National High School, considering that Ligao National High School SSLG Council is a registered school-based organization to LYDO, Local Youth Development Office, National Youth Commission, and to the UNESCO, I believe that we build reports and more linkages that will rebuild reports and linkages that I think that will lead us to more harmonious and knowledgeable world towards global citizenship education po.
Okay, thank you for that, for answering our question for the open forum. At this juncture, we will declare a 2-minute break, then we will proceed immediately to the closing program. Okay, we will have only 2 minutes break, and then we will proceed to the closing program.
Mic mapa picture tayo. Maybe during the break, we can take snapshots
Yes.
or while the speakers are here with us.
Can we request to open your camera to our presenter? All the participants. Slide 2. Kindly open your camera, please. Okay.
We would
Konti pa
like
lang yung
to
nakabukas.
acknowledge
Yes.
Mary Ann, Carlo, and the guys from Ligao National High School. Thank you guys for joining us live.
How about slide number 2? Kindly open your camera, please. Okay. There are a few participants are not opening their camera. Okay.
Let's count, Mike.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Another 1, 1, 2, 3. Next slide, please. Kindly smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Salamat po.
We are not yet done. We have only 2 minutes break, and then we'll proceed to the closing program. Okay, this will be the last part of our 2 days 2023 Youth Forum. This will be now the closing program of our activities. Okay, to give us the synthesis of this program, our dynamic and supportive of GSED initiative, our respective Dean of the College of Education, may call on Dr. Lorna M. Minya to give us the synthesis. A round of applause, please, a virtual clap to our beloved Dean.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening for some who are attending in this virtual youth forum. Thank you very much for your presence, and also I am overwhelmed by the sharing of the various speakers. So I may not be able to give justice to what they have shared in this forum, because I will just be giving the synthesis of what went on during the two-day forum. Okay, so to everyone, my congratulations, and your sharing or your presence have been very significant. Okay, with globalization and the advancement of technology, everyone's horizon has expanded, and the world seems to have become a smaller and within reach. With it comes the awareness and appreciation of shared dreams and ideals. Although there is diversity, but we share commonalities. And there is opportunity for cultural integration, the complementation, and collaboration for the common good of the people. But with it also comes the awareness of the global issues and challenges that are connected to local issues that should be everyone's concern. As members of the bigger community, we should aim for a better life for the current and the next generation. As members of the global community, we need to be aware of the world outside our doorsteps, to develop empathy and respect for diversity, interdependence, and interconnectedness, to be oriented about global issues and directly or indirectly affect us, that directly or indirectly affect us, to develop a sense of responsibility and take action in addressing the local and global issues in whatever way we can. This is the essence of global citizenship. UNESCO's Global Citizenship Education is a means to attain those goals. And this 2023 Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education is an initiative to expand the reach of this advocacy and somehow touch everyone's concern and desire to take small steps or actions that can cause ripples of change towards addressing global issues. May I just present the summary of what transpired during the last 2 days. So may I be permitted to share my slide? Okay, so here is the summary of what happened during the past 2 days. Session 1 oriented us about the framework of GSED, its domains, outcomes, attributes, and topics. It highlights the qualities of global citizens who are informed and critically literate, socially connected, and respectful of diversity, and ethically responsible and engaged. These attributes are aligned with the pillars of education: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. Session 2 made us aware of the critical issues related to global citizenship from the lens and experience of academicians and educational practitioners from various cultures, highlighting issues on diversity and discrimination, misinformation and disinformation, behavior, and environmental problems. To address the critical issues, Session 3 presented the need to develop transversal competencies among the youth. Some of these include empathy, media and information literacy, and sustainable lifestyle. The speakers shared insights and experiences on how the development of these transversal competencies can lead to the acquisition of the attributes of a global citizen. The sharing of initiatives in session 4 yesterday and this morning gave us a glimpse of how organizations, educational institutions, and individuals around the world are making a difference with their advocacies, missions, actions, and exemplar practices that can spark a much bigger movement towards addressing the global issues. The sharing of initiatives also made us see how GSED relates to other SDGs aside from promoting quality education. The inspiring stories of the initiatives in peace building and religious tolerance media campaign, promoting quality education, childcare, support to people in need, inclusion of marginalized sector, and environmental protection and conservation have made us appreciate the commitment and passion of the GSED advocates to promote the attainment of UNESCO's development goals. Their accounts of how they started the initiatives and how they cope with the challenges to sustain the initiatives have given us insights that even the young generation can do something and how they can start small but can make a difference in the life of others. Looking back at the objectives of the forum, we can confidently say that they have been highly attained. The talks and sharing of all our competent speakers have made us become familiar with GSED and its relation to the different local and global issues, aware of some possible solutions and actions being done to address the different local and global issues, and appreciate GSED as a means of promoting peace, inclusive education, and sustainable development through various engagements. Under the leadership of Dr. Bercasio, this Youth Forum for 2023 has brought significant learning, both cognitive and affective, which can be the start of a much active engagement with GSED and its activities. We hope that this two-day forum have inspired some of us to leave the spectator's seat at the background and join the action where our talents, abilities, our dedication, and love are needed. To the youth of today, the future is yours to take care of. You are challenged to take part in any initiative that promotes global citizenship and social responsibility. Your actions may seem insignificant right now. However, we know that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So even if your step right now seems to be small, but it will make a difference. So to all of you who are listening in this forum, God bless all of you as you strive to make a difference. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you so much, Madam Dean, for inspiring and motivating synthesis of the activity. You're able to cater all the topics and being discussed of our presenter. I hope our participants are being inspired of the synthesis given to us by Dr. Lorna M. Minian. So at this juncture, This 2023 Youth Forum opened us the opportunity to understand and be familiar with the global citizenship education. I hope those participants coming from different places able to understand and be familiar about the principle, framework, and significance, and also give us the motivation and appreciation of GSED as a means of helping the society become a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable through various youth engagement presented to us by the different resource speaker. I hope through this engagement, you will create a positive impact in your own school and community. At this moment, I would like to invite our program convener of this year, Youth Forum 2023, to give us a background of this initiative. May I give the floor to our BUCTE Director and the alumna of 6 Global Capacity Building Workshop on GSED and Advanced Training on GSED, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio, before the presentation of the special citation. Ma'am Becky.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Thank you for joining us until this time. Thank you for the comprehensive synthesis from Dr. Minya, our Dean of the College of Education. The Bicol region and the Bicol University started its GSED journey in 2021. Although prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we did have initiatives related to GSED. However, we formally started it in 2021. Today, this year, in 2023, our humble initiatives have grown and we have received recognition. In May of this year, our GSED initiatives in the Bicol region and the undertakings of the participants or completers, all of these were captured in one article in the UNESCO APCU magazine. Likewise, it is also good to mention that our Scale Up project was recognized as the grand prize winner in the competition last July of 2022. And just recently, this November, the publication capturing the experiences of the GSED initiatives in the Bicol region is now available online. The Bicol region, Philippines, has been given the recognition as one of the best GSED practice for 2023. So we have received recognition at a global scale. It is therefore fitting and proper that we give appreciation and recognition to the people in the grassroots who really implemented the activities after completing our intervention. So today, before we end the 2-day Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education, we would like to showcase 5 GSED training alumni and their respective schools. I believe that this will inspire our participants to start their own GSED initiatives in their own humble ways after this activity. So this early, I'd like to give my sincere congratulations to the awardees for this year's recognition rights, so to speak. And we plan to do this, Mike, every year. So today marks the beginning as Bicol University's way of giving back. And also, let us mention that Bicol University has been recognized as the GSED Regional Hub for the Bicol region. And so for all of our undertakings, we do have the support of the GSED Cooperation Center Philippines, hosted by the Philippine Normal University. And today we will be hearing a special message from the director himself a little later on. So once again, thank you, Mike, for this opportunity to give a background on this special segment in the closing program. Thank you. Please unmute yourself, Mike.
Sorry for that. May I present to you the school and alumni of GSED for their school for implementing school-wide GSED project for special citation. Allow me to present the certificate. Citation reads, Bicol University Center for Teaching Excellence in collaboration of College of Education, Legazpi City. The special citation is awarded to for her commendable commitment to the promotion of global citizenship education and the attainment of SDG 4 quality education in the Bicol region by implementing school-wide project given this 30th of November 2023 during the 2023 Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education for the theme Fostering Transversal Competencies Toward Global Citizenship, held on November 29 to 30, Rosario Obercasio, PhD, Director, signed Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III, EDD, SUP President 4. A special citation is awarded to Miss Pamela G. Garcia. A round of applause, please, to Miss Pamela G. Garcia of Ligao National High School. Same special citation is hereby given to to Miss Ermeline D. Datuon of Bicol Regional Science High School, Albay. A round of applause, please, to Miss Ermeline D. Datuon. Same special citation is hereby given to Mr. Rodel D. Anyosa of Teresita C. Young Memorial High School of Masbate. A round of applause, please, to Mr. Rodel D. Anyosa and to Teresita C. Young Memorial High School of Masbate. Same special citation is hereby given to Mr. David Bernardino of Computer Science High School of Bicolandia of Camarines Sur. A round of applause, please, to Mr. David Bernardino and to Computer Science High School of Bicolandia, Camarines Sur. And the same special citation is hereby given to Mr. Charles P. De Vera of Malabog National High School of Albay. A round of applause, please, or virtual clap to Mr. Charles P. De Vera of Malabog National High School. Congratulations to our awardees for this year 2023 Youth Forum for your initiative of conducting a school-wide GSAD project in your respected community and school. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to the responses of the different school heads of the school implementing GSAD projects and program. To begin with, we have the secondary school principal for Obligao National High School. We have Madam Jessica Yu Saison, PhD. Madam Jessica is already around Obligao National High School. Jessica?
Sir Mike, may I show first the PowerPoint
Yes po, ma'am.
showing the school? The principal
yes.
has a recorded message, and we will request the technical staff to play it. For Ligao National High School, the school that loves and nurtures the human spirit, the school head is Dr. Jessica Yu Saison, school principal 4. For the special citation for Ms. Datuon and the Bicol Regional Science High School, the school head is secondary school principal 2, Dr. Cristina B. Relieve. A special citation for Rodel Anyosa and the school, Teresita C. Young Memorial High School in Aroroy, Masbate. The school head is Mr. Brendan B. Destacamento. A special citation to Mr. David M. Bernardino and his school, Computer Science High School of Bicolandia, Pili, Camarines Sur. The school head is Mrs. Lilibet B. Roman. And the last, definitely not the least, special citation to Mr. Charles P. De Vera and his school, Malabog National High School. The school head is Dr. Gina L. Lovino, secondary school principal 3. These are our awardees for 2023. Let us give them a round of applause. We thank them for their sincere efforts in promoting global citizenship education and SDG 4 quality education. We are now ready to listen to the response of the school heads or their representatives. May I turn over the floor to our moderator, Mike.
Yes, madam, thank you for that presentation. For first to respond is the secondary school principal for Obligao National High School, Miss Jessica Yu Saison, PhD. This will be through a video presentation. Can we request now the technical for the message of Ma'am Jessica Yu Saison, Obligao National High School?
I forwarded the Google Drive link. May I share my file?
In behalf of Ligao National High School, the inter-school community is honored and humbled to receive this gesture of appreciation about our GSED efforts. This recognition holds a special meaning for us, as it underscores the importance of fostering a sense of global responsibility and understanding among Elentians. Global citizenship education is not merely a concept. It is a powerful tool that empowers individuals to navigate an increasingly interconnected world with empathy, cultural sensitivity, and a commitment to positive change. I believe that education is the key to breaking down barriers and building bridges between diverse community, and this recognition serves as a testament to the global efforts of educators, learners, and advocates in our locality, but impact on a global scale. Thank you, and my heartfelt gratitude to Bicol University Center for Teaching, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Obercasio, for their dedication to promoting global citizenship education. It is through initiatives like yours that we inspire the next generation to become engaged and responsible global citizens. Together, we can continue to make a positive impact on the world by fostering understanding, compassion, and a sense of shared responsibility. This commendation serves as a reminder that our work is not done, and there is much more to be accomplished in the realm of global citizenship education in the whole school approach. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and strive for a world where every individual recognizes their role in creating a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you, and let us continue to become transformative educators.
Okay, thank you, Madam Jessica Yusaison of the Ligao National High School for that response about the special citation. At this juncture, let us listen also to the next awardee, the school head of Computer Science High School of Bicolandia, Ms. Lilibet B. Ruman. Ma'am Lilibet of Computer Science High School of Bicolandia. Are you around? Or Ma'am Becky, is this a video presentation also or no? Okay. So
Proceed to the next.
yes. Okay. Let us also listen to the head teacher one of Teresita C. Young Memorial High School, Aroroy West District, SDO Masbate Province, Miss Brendan B. Destacamento. Okay. the head teacher of Teresita C. Young Memorial High School. Are you around? I think we will go back later. And on behalf of the school head of Malabog National High School, who are on official business, the department head of Social Studies Department, Mr. Ray L. Orenico. Sir?
Good afternoon. In behalf of our school head, Ma'am Gina L. Lovino, I would like to give thanks to the proponent of this 2023 Youth Forum on Global Citizenship Education, specifically the Bicol University, for giving us the opportunity to join this activity, gaining much insights and ideas on global citizenship. Our school adheres the objectives of this program. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Sir Ray L. Orenico, the Department Head of Social Studies Department of Malabog National High School, for your presence here right now and for your special citation. And let us listen to the Bicol Regional Science High School head, Ma'am Ermaline D. Diaz. Good morning, Ma'am Ermaline.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sir Michael. And to Ma'am Becky, good morning. On behalf of Brisayan community, we acknowledge and adhere to the program of Bicol University, CTE promoting GSED, headed by Ma'am Becky. And as a batch 1 alumna of GSED training, which main goal is to transforming teachers, transforming community, Brisayanos GSED advocate gain in-depth understanding on what GSED is. To put into action our learning, Brisayanos GSED advocate and teachers who are alumni of GSED crafted project entitled Project Durangawan, which brought together those who had been the forefront of GSED from various corners of national, local, and international level of academia. Underarching theme of Project Durangawan, sining sa pagtuturo at pagsasanay sa pang-akademikong larangan ng GSED, the project touched upon how GSED has been or perceived and implemented differently based on local, national, and regional contexts. This project explore and share regional, national, and local traditional concepts which address the same or similar values to those that are core of GSED. Also, this project exchanges practices and ideas that facilitate the dialogue on diverse roles of GSED and played with a different emphasis as depending on the context of society. And the main objective was to create equality-assured learning materials, mainstreaming GSED's strands across the curriculum. Furthermore, Brisayanos community was fortunate that we are visited by our very own Dr. Rebecca Bercasio and Sir Jefferson Plantilla, a UNESCO APCU representative last July 4, 2023. This time spent by these two GSED implementers and advocate remark a significant times and effort for Brisayan community, wherein Brisayano showcased their GSED performance tasks along with MAPE and Filipino subject. Moreover, we Brisayanos gave other relevant meaning of GSED, wherein G stands for goal-driven, that everyone is being motivated to transform teachers and community, and C, collaborative effort. We always work as a team to achieve our goal. And E, education is the main focus, which empowered teachers, students, as well as community. Develop a GSED-oriented community. Again, good day everyone, and thank you so much for the appreciation on our project implemented a year ago. Maraynaldo Sagabos and Jusma Balos po. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Ma'am Ermeline D. Diaz of Bicol Regional Science High School. But before we proceed to our last person to give us a message, may I call on if Mrs. Lelibet B. Roman is around of Computer Science High School of Bicolandia. And of course, also Brandon B. Distacamento of Teresita C. Young Memorial High School of Aroroy West District of Masbate Province. I think they are not around. Let us now proceed to the last part of our program. To give us a message, the Director of GISED Cooperation Center Philippines, Philippine Normal University Manila, and the Chairman, UNESCO Club Philippines Incorporated, no other than the very supportive and active Director, Dr. Serafin A. Arviola Jr. Sir Serafin, good morning.
Good morning everyone. Nakakataba ng puso ang inyong activity today. We always think of GSED as a capacity building program for teachers, curriculum development, and also policy making. Pero parati nating naiiwan ang mga kabataan. Okay? According to UNESCO, the youth has a pivotal role in mainstreaming GSED in the society. GSED has an ultimate goal to make this world a better, just, sustainable, and peaceful world. Kahit paano pang ginagawa natin, ano pang mga pedagogies, ano pang mga project, dapat doon ito patungo. Pero marami pa rin tayong challenges na ating kinakaharap. There is a war ravaging the Gaza Strip. There is a war in Ukraine. There are a lot of problems in the world like climate change. Our initiative should contribute to a peaceful world. Our initiative should contribute to a peaceful localities there in Bicol. Our initiative should contribute to a cleaner environment, and our initiative should contribute to adjust, which means walang nagugutom, walang naghihirap, walang naaapi. Pero kung titingnan pa rin natin ang dami-dami nating initiatives, kung titingnan natin yung ang ating kapaligiran, marami pa tayong pwedeng magawa. At ang kabataan ay isa na dito. Ang kabataan bilang isang peacemaker na sumasali sa mga makabuluhang bagay na hindi wawatak-watak ang ating lipunan. Mga kabataan na gumagawa ng coastal cleanup, yung maliit po na coastal cleanup na ginagawa ninyo ay malaki ang contribution niyan sa global realities. Mga kabataan na nakikinig. Bakit mahalaga yung pakikinig? Dahil napakataas ng suicide rate. Kamakailan lang meron isa na namang nag-suicide na high school student. Pero kung merong kabataang nakikinig sa kanya, that is GSED. Dahil may depression, dahil may mental health problems, ang solusyon niyan ay mayroon sanang catch basin ang mga kabataan. Meron sanang mga kaibigan na nakikinig sa kanyang mga problema. GSED is all about making our youth a more prominent catalyst of change in our society. And patulad nga ng pagpapakilala sa akin kanina, I'm wearing two hats. First is I am the director of the GCC Cooperation Center Philippines based at the Philippine Normal University. We support, we encourage all higher education institution like Bicol University to promote GSED not only inside the school but also outside the school. I am also the national chairperson of the UNESCO Club Philippines, wherein we empower, we recognize youth leaders youth organization all over the country in promoting GSED, not only here in the Philippines, but also abroad. Why GSED is important? Because of what I have said a while ago. There is war. There are poverty pa rin. Merong suicide. Merong mga nangyayaring recruitment ng ating mga kabataan para pumunta ng bundok at makilahok sa armadong pakikibaka. GSED is not like that. Ang hinihiling natin ng ating mga kabataan na sumali sa UNICEF Club, UNESCO Club, sa mga organisasyon na tumutulong sa gobyerno para makamit ang Sustainable Development Goals, para makamit yung ating pinakamahalagang layunin dito sa GSED, to make this world a better place, a more progressive world, a just world, makatarungan, may kapayapaan, at may pagmamahal sa kalikasan. We congratulate Bicol University and all of the awardees today, especially Ma'am Rebecca Bercasio, for this initiative. Maraming nagsasabi na maliit lang ito, pero ito ay nakikilala sa buong mundo. Yung ating maliliit na ginagawa rito, huwag nating maliitin. Huwag nating sabihin, ay dito lang kami sa Legazpi, ay dito lang kami sa Ligao, ay dito lang kami sa Bicol. Meron po itong mahalagang papel sa GSED National Movement in the Philippines at sa GSED International Movement. Kaya nga nabanggit ni Dr. Bercasio na sa buong Pilipinas, ang dami nating regional hubs, pero Bicol is para Hall of Famer sa international recognition because may ginagawa at marunong i-communicate. Mahirap kasi kapag halimbawang ang dami mong ginagawa pero hindi mo naman siya kino-communicate, hindi mo naman siya isinasali sa mga international contest, international announcement, baliwala rin po yun. So ang mahalaga, may ginagawa tayo sa GSED and we know how to communicate our gains, our pains, our challenges. And who knows? Baka kayo na ang susunod na from Bicol na ma-nominate doon sa ating annual International Youth Workshop for GSED. Meron din tayong annual International Teacher Exchange Program on GSED, annual International Principal Capacity Building for GSED, for Principal. So lahat ito ay ini-sponsor ng UNESCO APCU based in Seoul, South Korea. And you have a champion there in Bicol, Dr. Rebecca Bercasio, because as an alumna of UNESCO APCU, lahat ng itong mga international capacity building for youth, for teachers, for principal, alumna rin po ako, ay dumidiretso sa aming email and we are willing to share it to all of you, lalo na you are all supportive of the GSED movement there in Bicol and also in the Philippines. With that, maraming salamat po sa inyong pag-imbita sa akin. Magandang umaga.
Thank you so much, Dr. Serafin Arviola. Very supportive in the activity and endeavor of Bicol University when it comes to GSED program. Okay, maraming salamat po, sir. Okay, sa pagpapaunlak po sa amin dito sa activity, sa gawain ito for today's activity. Especially, it is Bonifacio Day. Okay, so very relevant yung activity natin for the 2023 Youth Forum. For the acknowledgement, may we have again our BU City Director and this year convener of 2023 Youth Forum, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio. Ma'am Becky.
Thank you. Salamat po, Diyos Babalos, Kamsamida. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. It is a memory of the heart. It is always best that we pay it forward. We don't give it to the source. Today's activity is our manifestation of gratitude to UNESCO APCU South Korea for empowering us to become catalysts of change in the Bicol region. This is also our way of saying thank you to GSED Cooperation Center Philippines for giving us the opportunity to conduct these kinds of activities and for giving us the support every time we would have a GSED initiative. And our way of expressing our gratitude is through action by involving the youth of the Bicol region and other parts of the world. This activity will not be successful without the support of our resource persons from different parts of the world. We have from the Royal Government of Bhutan to Pakistan, India, Brazil, the Netherlands, South Korea, Nigeria, Malaysia, and different parts of the Philippines. We thank the students, the young professionals, the teachers, and other UNESCO APSIU awardees for taking active role in our activity. I'd like to inform everybody that they are all volunteers. And of course, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the volunteers for this activity from outside Bicol University, our dear participants from different parts of the country, from different colleges and units of Bicol University, from other schools in the Bicol region, and from other schools and universities outside the Bicol region. Diyos mabalos po, salamat. Thank you, Kamsamida, and we would like to end this gratitude by capturing snapshots of the day 1 and day 2 activity. Please watch this. We have our day 2 snapshots. has been a truly engaging and meaningful two-day activity because you are all part of this. Once again, thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you and congratulations to our participant for this year 2023 Youth Forum. See you next year. To end our program, I would like to share to you this quote from the Aesop, The Lion and the Mouse. No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. Congratulations to every one of us and good afternoon. See you next year for 2024 Youth Forum.
For those who need certificates, the attendance and evaluation link is posted in the chat box, but I think Mike can still post it again. We will keep the Zoom room open, so you can still click the link for the attendance and evaluation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will not have our picture taking, ma'am, for the last time.
Let's have it. Is Dr. Serapin still here? Ermaline and other awardees, are you still around? We understand it is lunchtime, so yeah, so if you can please open. So congratulations once again to Ligao National High School, Bicol Regional Science High School, Computer Science High School of Bicolandia, Malabog National High School, and of course, Teresita C. Young Memorial High School from Aroroy, Masbate. So we also thank our Dean for the presence and the comprehensive synthesis. We once again thank our alumni. They are here with us while waiting for the others to open their cameras. We have Charles. I can see Charles. Ermaline, Miss Pamela, Rhoda, and of course, David, if you are around. So can we take a screenshot, Miss Geraldine?
Okay, on my count, ma'am. Ma'am Becky, ready?
Sure.
1, 2, 3 for our picture taking. 1, 2, 3. Smile, everyone. Another 1, 1, 2, 3. Next slide, please. Okay, smile, everyone. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. I will send the link for the evaluation. Keep up.
Bye, everyone.